nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements to make. The first one, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, will address the House on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. Her Honor the Vice President will, on Thursday, 26th October 2023, move a motion to place on record the thanks of the House to Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan on the occasion of her special address to the Assembly. I thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that Forest Park Specialized Hospital has been granted permission to conduct a free cancer screening exercise during the commemoration of October Breast Cancer Awareness Month for members of Parliament and staff. The exercise aims at raising awareness and reducing stigma on cancer through education, and raise survival rates through early detection and treatment of common cancers. The exercise will be conducted from Monday, 30th October to Friday, 3rd November 2023 in the main reception area at Parliament main buildings as follows. 30th October to 2nd November 2023 from 9 hours to 16 hours each day, and Friday, 3rd November 2023 from 9 hours to 13 hours. Interested honorable members are therefore encouraged to find time to participate in this very important exercise. I thank you. Notice of motion, Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Order 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House hear the address by Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the Republic, President of the United Republic of Tanzania on Wednesday, 25th October 2023.
The question is that Standing Order number 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021 be suspended to enable the House to hear the address by Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. Any debate? Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam, as the House is aware, Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, will address the House on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. Standing Order 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, outlines the order of business of the House for each day. It is therefore necessary to suspend the standing order to accommodate Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, address to the House. Madam, this is a procedural and non-controversial motion. I therefore urge all honorable members to support it. Madam, I beg to move.
Any further debate? The whip is not around. Okay. Honorable Kafaya, you can go ahead.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for causing me an opportunity to support the motion that has been brought to the floor of the House by Our Honor, the Vice President. And in her submitting of this motion, she indicates this is a procedural and non-controversial. And indeed, Madam Speaker, it is procedural and non-controversial, therefore very easy to support. And as I do support, Madam Speaker, I would like to state that Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania coming to this assembly will be fresh air. Fresh air not only to the members of parliament, but to the battered Zambian people who will have a chance to listen to her. Madam Speaker, this is the time to listen to a different voice, a voice at leadership at that level, so that we can draw inspiration from leaders who are able to transform their countries. We can draw inspiration, Madam Speaker, from a president whose country has been transformed as a result of policy implementation which is consistent with conscience. Madam Speaker, when policy becomes consistent with conscience, governments produce. This is why Tanzania today has become a country it has. And we are happy that its president will be speaking to us. We will welcome her, and the Zambian people will be happy to listen to her. Madam Speaker, I support the motion by Our Honor, the Vice President. Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President, wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, I would like
Order, honorable members.
I would like to thank the honorable members for silently supporting, and I also want to thank the honorable member who has supported, yes. The honorable member has supported the motion. He has a level of his own understanding, but we appreciate that the honorable member has supported the motion. Indeed, it will be a wonderful thing to have Her Excellency come and add her voice to the African voice and the voice that we have in our country. We are blessed to have a voice, but we are always ready to listen. Thank you very much for the support.
I put the question. The question is that Standing Order 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021 be suspended to enable the House to hear the address by Her Excellency Madam Samia Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. As many as are of that opinion say aye. All the contrary say no. The ayes have it, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. Matters of urgent public importance, or we go straight into Her Honor the Vice President? Was the list is Okay, can you clear the list so that we see? Order, honorable members, order. It's like we are confusing ourselves, because I clearly indicated that this is now time for matter of urgent public importance, unless if we don't have matters of urgent public importance, so that we use the time to ask Her Honor the Vice President. ICT, you can clear? I see one. The honorable member for Pambashi. Honorable members, let's not waste time. People are waiting to hear a lot of things from this house. On the bush, I can only see the honorable member for Pambashi. Pardon? On the E-chamber. The honorable member for Pambashi, what is your matter of urgent public importance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My matter is directed to the Minister of Mines and Mineral Development.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the copper belt today is in anguish and in confusion. This house is the house of procedure that when ministers give statements, they propagate government position. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mines came here and you directed him to issue a ministerial statement. He stated that government and Vedata, they have signed a deal. And he went on and elaborated the things that were contained in that deal. His permanent secretary, last week, issued a statement to the contrary. And he said there is no deal already signed between Vendata and government. And that clause that he was saying, if KCM comes without money, they walk away, that Vendata has insisted that that clause be removed from the contract. The Copper Belt province today is anxious, and even the people of Zambia. Is the Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Mines and Mineral Development right to come and mislead you, the Zambian people, this August House? and the people of Copper Belt concerning the KCM deal. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and according to our Standing Order 135, on the administration of this point, I can quote. I want to read, because this is a very important matter. Admissibility of a matter of public agent importance. One, a matter shall be considered agent.
Honorable member, I think those were not supposed to be reminded by you. Okay. We all know the procedure for matters of urgent public importance. Just conclude on your matter so that we make progress.
I seek your serious indulgence over the conduct of that Minister of Mines to come and mislead the whole country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines, I don't know whether you want to clarify this now or later. You can do that, Honorable Minister. Order, Honorable members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for raising that issue so that we clarify. When we are doing these things, announcing things, it's very important to pay attention. Listen to the wording of any announcement, and the recordings are there when we did the announcement at Mulungushi and what the PS was saying. It is very clear. But it's because, Madam Speaker, people want to politic over nothing, things that have no substance. So, Madam Speaker, when we were announcing the KCM deal, we said that government had actually gone out of court with Vedanta, and the negotiations began because we had agreed to come to the table, Madam Speaker. When we agreed, we now came to announce to the nation that Vedanta and the government of the Republic of Zambia have agreed to sign a deal. And the contents of the deal are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, which included funding of $1 billion, 250 million for suppliers and contractors, 20 million CSR programs, 2,500 quarter one of payment, 20% increase in salaries to workers or employees. When the ZCCM board chair now stood, he said the legal documents would take 3 months to be signed. We were not signing that day, Madam Speaker. That day we were announcing the deal, the agreement.
Order, honorable members, just listen to the
Madam
response.
Speaker.
No, but don't debate while seated. We are all listening to him. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, and that is why the announcement was done by 3 people. Myself as Minister, Vedanta representative, and the ZCCM board chair. There is a reason why the ZCCM board chair, because ZCCM holds shares on behalf of the Minister of Finance in KCM. And we gave a transition period of 3 months. My PS was saying the legal documents are about to be signed. They are not yet signed. The legal agreements. Because, Madam Speaker, when you are doing deals, they are what are known as conditions precedent and conditions subsequent. So these are issues that we need to understand when these things are being announced. When you go to the announcement, we didn't say we have signed. We gave you the deal, the contents of the deal, and the agreement. That is why, Madam Speaker, even if I'm not a lawyer, there are what are called verbal agreements and written agreements. So verbally we had agreed with Vedanta, and we have agreed, and nothing is going to change, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. Are these all follow-up questions? Honorable members, can we be orderly? You are confusing the system. allow only the honorable member for Pambashi, the one who brought the issue, because I can't see. The honorable member for Pambashi, what is your follow-up question?
Madam Speaker, this is the House of Order. And the people that sit here must be honorable enough to state the truth. I raised the question to that minister. I was seated there, Madam Speaker, over the same subject of KCM, where he said, and I quote, "We have a captain who knows what we are doing." The previous deal with KCM, the vendetta of PF, is not the vendetta of New Dawn. We have signed an agreement that says if the data does not honor their obligation, they'll just walk away. That means.
What is your question, honorable member? What is your question? Honorable member for Karulushi, please, let's stop shouting. Please. Order. I don't want to continue in this manner. Let's have order. What is your question, honorable member for Pambashi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have withdrawn my fingers. I'll do them like this, Madam Speaker. That minister, Madam Speaker, from a deed state, and after this, I'm going to retrieve the verbatim, and I'll lay it here. He said, as I stated, Madam Speaker, is the minister today, minister, you are the same minister who told the Zambian people in this parliament that, Madam Speaker,
what is
it
the
is that
question?
minister, Madam Speaker,
what
who told
is the question? Just
yes, that is the question I want to ask, Madam Speaker. It is that minister, Madam Speaker, of Mines and Mineral Development, who told the Zambian people that the government and Vedanta have signed a deal that entails if KCM, Vedanta doesn't come with what is conditional, they'll just walk away. And it is the same minister today who said the contract was not signed. There is a precedence that it will take 3 months. What is the position of government that the listening residents of the Copper Belt and where my brother, Minister of Mines and Mineral Development, comes from, should be able to take? Is the contract signed or there is no contract? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think I've made it very clear, Madam Speaker, on the process. The agreement is done. We have agreed. But there's a process to signing that agreement. And I think I've made it clear. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Using my powers, I've seen that there is no order in the House. We are going to go straight into Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Just clear the list so that members can log in nicely. It's now Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Order. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, we saw last year the government...
Order, honorable members, order.
We saw last year the New Dawn UPND government actually employed about 30,000 plus teachers. And this year again, the government is actually going to employ about 4,000 teachers. Now my question, Your Honor the Vice President, is if you look at both adverts for last year and this year, these adverts, they have not spoken to the issue to deal with the special education teachers. What is government position on the recruitment of teachers with special education qualifications? Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kabwata. Yes, indeed, there were 30,000 teachers recruited for 2022 to 2023. We are going to have, or there is an advert for 4,500 more teachers. Now, the concern of the Honorable Member, Madam, is that there is no advert for teachers for special education. The phrase can be a little difficult for me. Teachers for special education, or teachers themselves with special needs. When the advert is put, what I know what has happened is that it is for all teachers. But within the selection process, they know from the qualifications those who qualify to teach in special schools, and they give them a lot. They also have a lot for those that are themselves with special needs. That also, the teaching service, as far as I stand here, has been considering those two types. Teachers for and teachers with, those have been considered. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the people of Bangweulu are worried and concerned about the growing trend of meticulous white-collar plunder of public resources through consent judgments. Of late, we've seen that a number of people have been awarded huge sums of money, defrauding the government its needed resources. My question is, now I do understand how methodical and meticulous UPND is. This can be seen in the manner.
You can ask your question, Honorable Member.
This can be seen in the manner that the people handling this matter were appointed just to clear the ground for plundering natural resources and public resources. Madam Vice President, why is it that only persons connected to UPND are the ones who have been awarded through questionable consent judgments? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Bangweulu, who comes out with a lot of passion on the awarding of compensation for people that were wrongly detained. There is nothing fraudulent, there is nothing like plunder. It is important to see whether the law is being followed. The law is being followed, so you can't say questionable compensation. There is nothing like that. And this is not targeted at one group or the other. Anybody can go on and bring a matter before the courts, and indeed, if there was something, infringement on somebody's rights, they should be able to be compensated. That is why, as governments, we must be careful, including today, yesterday. If today we are going to have people wrongly, jailed, definitely. But those things that were done under our colleagues, we should have been careful then that people should not have been incarcerated, detained for no cause. This is a right to every Zambian, and the right must be looked after. That is what democracy means. One of the important things is that individual rights must be protected. And if you detain a person wrongly, wrong detention, you will definitely have them compensated. So as government, we must be careful. And that is what lacked in the previous regime. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Your Honor, the Vice President, not too long ago, we saw the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, with selected cabinet members going to China for a trip that was very, very significant to this country. Yet back home here, we saw the critical critiques of this government with ill intention going to various media platforms, purporting that the trip was insignificant and the President was not welcomed by the President of the Republic of China. And we saw the Minister of Foreign Affairs coming to this house crystal clearly outlining the benefit of that trip. Your Honor, the Vice President, what message of condolences do you have for those minions who lambasted the trip to China? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Solwezi for that question, who says that basically, I will paraphrase it, that the people who went to China went to do work on behalf of Zambians. And the achievements from that trip have been stated in this House by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. My advice, therefore, to people that may have raised, I'll call them malicious challenges on the trip, is that the President and the teams and the ministers don't go to play. They go to work. And the benefits will be seen. Some of them have already been seen by the Zambian people. Let us not be suspicious. Let us not be pessimistic. Let us not always look at what you think will be wrong. The President traveled with a team of ministers, and indeed we are going to see the good things that came out of China, as stated by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Wacha. I'll be alternating. Even women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given. Good morning, Your Honor, the Vice President. Madam Vice President, you and other senior government officials in the New Dawn government, you have stated on many times, many occasions, that there is a lot of peace in this country, no anarchy, and also there is a lot of freedom. Madam Vice President, in a country like Zambia, where there is a lot of peace, no anarchy, freedom, the question is, Madam Vice President, why is your government, through Zambia police, is denying other political players, especially opposition political parties, from holding public gatherings, which include political rallies, citing security concerns and insufficient manpower? Thank you, Madam Speaker. When there is peace and when there is no anarchy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, and good morning, Honorable Member for Wacha constituents. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I really appreciate the question to start with, whether the observation was really from the heart or is what we say. That Zambia has peace, there is no anarchy, and there is freedom. Now, the honorable member has said, madam, that why is government stopping other political players from holding public rallies? I don't think that statement should be so generalized. We are following the same law that colleagues had followed. The law has not yet changed. Peace, no anarchy, freedom, that means somebody's guarding the security of the nation. To have the ingredients you are talking about, that means the police, whose mandate is to ensure that Zambia is secure, are following things that you and me maybe may not interpret, if that is what is happening. So we have to continuously be careful that we don't break the same peace, we don't destroy the freedoms that we have. So the police, and I've said this, have we graduated any police yet? The police that are doing what they are doing were trained under the government that was here previously. So if they need retraining, that may be done. But they were trained and they actually functioned under the previous Patriotic Front regime. So they must be following something, and the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security is here. They are working within the law. But we are democratic. We will continue to support the freedoms that are inherent in our society. But it has to be done within the law. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the people of Mwembeshi, Nampundwe Brura Gun Road. Madam Speaker, during the time of the PF, they brought a bill called Bill 10. Me, I was a member of parliament for Mwembeshi then. They told me, you sign Bill 10, then we shall do your road. I refused to sign. The condition was, if I sign Bill 10, then they'll do the road. Now, Madam Speaker.
What is the
Madam
question,
Speaker.
Honorable Member? Order. Order, Honorable Members. Please take your seat. The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi, please take your seat. Honorable Members, I think this is a very important segment for the people of Zambia who are listening out there. That is the problem when we debate our questions. We want to involve as many people as possible. So let us be focused without all those preambles. The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi, please wind up your question so that the Vice President can respond and we move on to another member.
Madam Speaker, the people of Mwembeshi are listening. The condition was, sign or we don't do your road. And the road was not given because I did not sign for Bill 10. Now, the question to the Vice President, I'm asking, Madam Speaker, may I finish? Yeah. Madam Vice President, this road in Mwembeshi had a lot of conditionalities, which the people of Mwembeshi are saying, you, Honorable Jamba, these people did not see the road. Where is the road now? What is going to happen? If I go for independence celebration on Tuesday,
what is the question?
I'm feared to be beaten. Where is our road going to be done? Can you give an assurance to the people of Mwembeshi? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to
Order,
thank,
honorable members.
and I would like to thank the honorable member for Mwembeshi for that question, and congratulate him for not signing the Bill 10, but maybe to assure him that actually this Nampundwe Blue Lagoon Road is under consideration. It is important because it leads to tourist destination. So you can go and celebrate because this government will not compel you to sign anything, but the work will be done. Thank you.
The honorable member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Her Honor the Vice President, good morning. Her Honor the Vice President, the people of Isoka are asking this question. Her Honor the Vice President, when are the farmers who didn't get inputs in full in 2021-2022 farming season going to get their balances for FISIP, including the farmers in Isoka constituency? Because when I go to Isoka, they'll go and beat me. They want their balances. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I think the chair should be concerned about the members because it seems so many of them are on the list of being beaten. I can assure the honorable member, and good morning, madam, I can assure the honorable member that she won't be beaten. And this is an assurance. I am with the minister. Please, it should be an assurance that this year the fertilizer has been purchased to cover those that had not been given their fertilizer in 2021-22. That's what it and 2022-23 they will be given. So you will not be beaten like the roadman. You can also go celebrating with them. Thank you.
The honorable member from Pongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, we are almost in the rain season, which is the farming season, and the farmers are enjoying the good price of maize. However, there's a public outcry over the price of meal meal. What message do you have to such Zambians? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and the honorable member from Mpongwe. It's almost rain season, and the first advice is that let people go and grow more maize. Let farmers get on the ground. I can tell you, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, that on Wednesday it was a prayer, fasting, reconciliation, it's a long title, day. And I personally was very happy because the church, through Father Lupupa, came out very strongly at the Lusaka gathering that it doesn't matter whether you are Dr. Chilufia, because he said doctors, at least he mentioned that. Basically, the man of God said, let us all make our hands dirty. It doesn't matter who you are. Do something, grow something, because that is life. So number one advice, honorable member from Pongwe, is that God has given us wonderful land, beautiful water, the good rainfall, which many people don't experience. If all of us can make our hands dirty, we will not be crying over the high cost. I don't want to continue on the issue of cost and price because it's something that an economist can explain, the cost, because we have never seen a world where prices go down, but the cost. I hope your neighbor is an economist. The cost is something that you know, the price, the cost is what you are concerned about. But the rising of the price is eternal. It's how fast it rises. That is one thing. And now you're asking about the outcry. Surely, I think even the other day we talked about this here, the mitigation that your government is putting in place to try and see the prices come down to some level of affordability in the country. It may not be 100% satisfactory, but this is where we are when we have allowed the national service to mill and sell at some reasonable, price. Your government is working, Honorable Member from Pongwe, to see that our people can access meal, which is not too expensive. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Kalulush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing the good people of Kalulushi to also ask our the Vice President a question. Madam Vice President, good morning. Madam Vice President, I ask on behalf of the people of Kalulushi, Madam, we have a serious problem in terms of electricity. For the last 3 months, we've had serious power cuts. We have electricity for less than 30 minutes a day. This is a township. This is the truth. Listen to the people. These are concerns of
Honorable
the ground.
Member, please, you are addressing that. You are not involving your other colleagues in your question. Just go straight to the question.
I honor the Vice President. We have a crisis. This is an upcoming township. We have small business entities like saloons, like barber shops. You are aware that Chambishi Metals has closed. And you are aware, Madam Speaker, that the livelihood of those people is dependent on the small businesses. We do not have a big hospital.
What is the question, Honorable Member?
I wanted to put honor the Vice President in perspective on what is actually going on. I honor the Vice President. People are suffering. Electricity is an essential commodity which should be given to the Zambian people.
What is the question,
The
Honorable
question...
Member? Go straight to the question.
I honor the Vice President. Are you aware that your people in Chambishi that came out in numbers to vote you, to put you there as a mother, are suffering? Their businesses have run down. There is no running water because we do not have electricity. The question, Madam Speaker, is that is the honor the Vice President who is seated there aware that there has been no electricity in Chambishi? The most they would get power is 30 minutes and surrounding areas. I seek your indulgence, Madam Vice President.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate the lecture, Madam, that the Honorable Member has given on electricity. At least for the many things you have mentioned, she has mentioned, Madam, I am aware that electricity is essential, it's important. It does many things in our communities. That's why this government puts electricity on the agenda of development and is doing everything possible to ensure that people have access. That's why, if we have been listening to one another here, we are not just looking at hydro, we are also looking at other sources of power. That's the general direction that we are taking. As to electricity, at least in this house, we have not been told, neither have I been briefed, that there is load shedding. And if that is the case, I am saying what I know. You said, am I aware? And yet to hear this very serious allegation I am calling it an allegation because I have no proof, that people of Kalulushi are only getting electricity for 30 minutes in a day. I hope honestly that this is not true. I think if it is true, we will still have to find out, because I can't just sit here and say 30 minutes. This is the first time I'm hearing of a 30. So am I aware? No, I'm not aware, because that was the question. I'm not aware that the people of Kalulushi get only 30 minutes and even sometimes nothing. You know, what is so special about Kalulushi that they can have only 30 minutes of power? Or Chambeshi. Yeah. Yeah. Whichever, whether Chambeshi for 30 minutes or Kalulushi in general, 30 minutes in a day or no power, that is a daily occurrence. We will find out, because I can't say, I'm not aware. That is the question you asked. Madam, I'm not aware of what the honorable member has. And like you always guide, madam, other than coming here to be seen, to be heard by the people, has she approached the right authorities, the minister, to say, because that's a serious matter. If people are going to sleep in the dark and you are waiting to come and ask a question, whether this has been going on for a month, you haven't given the duration, or is it for a week, or is it? It is so serious that a member of parliament should not sit and wait to just come and ask. Unless the honorable says, I have been.
Order, honorable members, order.
Let us listen to one another.
Order.
I was listening carefully to you.
Order. You may continue, Honor.
Thank you, madam. What I'm saying is, you are not even listening to me.
The honorable member for Kalulushi, please don't debate while seated. And let's give chance to our honor the Vice President to respond to our questions. Our honor the Vice President,
Thank you,
please,
madam.
you may
It's
continue.
just a piece of advice. When something is happening in your constituents, don't sit back and claim incompetence or whatever. Go first, so that when you come, you say, I have been to this office, and this is very dangerous. Honestly, 30 minutes or no, nothing. Every single day, I don't know how long that has taken. Madam, I also say, can you go, honorable, to the offices? As I've responded, I'm not aware. Go and make people aware who have the action. We will follow it up to see how true. But don't do that again. When you have a serious crisis, don't wait for parliament. Please. Please. Thank you.
The honorable member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the people of Kwacha constituents are sending their fraternal greetings to you. Your Honor, the Vice President, Zambia has 156 constituencies. Now, most of these constituencies, they are quite large, vast, especially Kwacha, to allow for meaningful development to be felt on the ground. Your Honor, the Vice President, I would like to find out if my government has plans to undertake a delimitation exercise in the sitting lifespan of this parliament, so that most of these constituencies like Kwacha can have the privilege to be split into 2 or 3, so that the development can be felt around. Thank you, Your Honor.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kwacha for that question. And he's talking of 156 constituencies that are very vast. And that I agree that indeed they are very vast, not just Kwacha. They are very huge constituencies. And indeed, that is worthy looking at. But I can't promise exactly what is going to happen. I gave a statement sometime last year in this House that the process had begun, by the ECZ, And we have to continuously look at it and see the possibility of doing that. There is a lot of implication in that action. But I can tell you that most of the constituencies are extremely vast when it comes to the geographical area. Even those that are here, they are also vast in terms of population. So it is an important question, except I can't give an assurance right now. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask Her Honor the Vice President. Her Honor the Vice President, good morning from the Zambian transporters. Her Honor the Vice President, in Zambia, you know we have got a lot of company for manufacturing, which are for cement, fertilizer, and also those who are supplying fuel. Now, Her Honor the Vice President, these Zambian companies, they have suffered a lot because those manufacturing companies, they have procured their own trucks, leaving the Zambian transporters stranded. Wait.
The Honorable Member for Petauke, please don't debate your question. Summarize your question and ask Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President, there are companies like Dangote, Sinoma, and a lot of companies. They have acquired, for example, each manufacturing company or they have got more than 200 trucks. So how is the new Dawn government, your government, going to help the...
Please, the Honorable Member for Petauke, just concentrate on your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protection for these members who can't represent their constituencies, but they want always to interject into people's
You may continue,
questions.
Honorable Member, with your question. Just to conclude your question.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President, what is the new Dawn government going to do to protect the transportation industry in Zambia? Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you and the good people of Petauke. I think that it's important, the Honorable Member who is a researcher, to really come up with facts. It is very important to come up with facts. That's the purpose of researching. At least some truth should manifest. Yes, if that was the case, we would agree with you that there is something wrong there. But I am aware, I've been informed that Dangote has had this situation for a long time.
Under PF, yeah.
That they have been using their own trucks. But Capital, which came under this administration, is in their agreement with the Zambian people who work through government, they have been given that they can only procure 5% of what they need. The rest, they must outsource from the Zambian people. And this is what is happening. I think we need more engagement, and sometimes reading your research, Honorable, in his research, he can go and find out. Capital has bought only 5% of the need that they have. The need to transport fertilizer is huge. Remember that they are now going as far as Botswana. So they need a lot of trucks. So what they have is only 5%. The Truckers Association can verify this. They are also working with capital. So that is the position that we have. So somebody may be misleading, and it is important to go to capital and see, are they loading only their trucks or their Zambian trucks? Because we want the Zambian trucks to be in business. But at the same time, it's a situation of a liberalized economy where competition is important. They have to also offer prices that the others will be able to use, and yeah, it's competitive rates. That is something they negotiate about. But as from government, capital, only 5%. But who are they working with? They must be Zambians, because they must also remain in business as they offer their services. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Your Honor, the Vice President. Your Honor, the Vice President, in 2019, retirees who were on the separatees payroll, transport and housing allowance was removed, and the matter went to court. In 2020, the court ruled that that was not done in accordance with the law. And in 2022, your government issued a circular to enforce this judgment. Up to date, this circular has not been enforced. When is your government enforcing this circular to actualize the judgment that was passed in favor of these retirees? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Nalolo. Maybe either I didn't get it clearly, or maybe I can ask, are these people who are separated from work and they went to court and they won over transport? I think housing as well. Over 2 allowances, Madam, housing and transport. Madam, when people are separated, number one, surely those that were in houses, that's the secular I'm sure you are referring to, those that were housed cannot claim housing allowance because they were still in government houses. Those who were not housed, definitely they will be paid. And government has been paying, except they are still calling information to know exactly who should be paid the housing allowance. This process is there. Some have been paid, Honorable, some not yet. On the issue of transport, Madam, this is a strange question. Because transport, if the courts, honestly, where is the Minister of Legal Matters? Oh, there is one here. If I am given transport allowance for going for work, and I no longer go for work, I have been stopped. Will that be illegal for me to be paid transport to where? Transport allowance to where? Council Chisanga, to where? So that one is out. When you are out from work, you can't be given transport allowance. There is no plan to pay people who are not reporting for work transport allowance. That is not there. But for housing, government is still calling to see. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Pambashi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a question for Her Honor, the Vice President, for the prudence management. Late last year, we saw the Minister for Youth and Sport in Wapura Northern Province giving out cash loans to the youth clubs. And it is alleged that he directed the PSC Northern and Wapura Province to withdraw 5 million cash and gave him. The question is, who did the appraisal for those loans the minister was giving cash to the youth clubs in Northern and the Lower province? And how is government going to recover that money? I thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Pambashe for this question, which he premises on prudence management. Yeah. A lot of times, Madam, we may not know exactly how the minister is, yes, planning, because that is, yes, cash to people. We should be happy that our youths are getting empowered. That is government money given as a loan, and the record is kept. And there has to be a follow-up. Maybe when it matures, you can say, have you started collecting? That is the other issue. Otherwise, surely the youth of Luapula, the youth of Northern Province, are also entitled to get a loan from the youth. The minister has technical staff. The minister...
Order, honorable members, order. Order. Can we have order, honorable members, at the end there? Is there a problem that needs our attention? Order, honorable members, order. The honorable member for Mwinilunga will go back to his seat. And the honorable member for Karulushi as well. The honorable member for Karulushi. Her Honor, the Vice President will continue.
Thank you. I was just saying, Honorable Member for Pambashe, that the minister, which you were a minister, has a technical team that works behind closed doors. What they saw you do was not just you alone. That means there were people that have done the preparations so that the people of Luapula and the Northern Province can also get empowerment in form of cash. That's okay, the method, but the documentation must be correctly done. Thank you.
The honorable member for Shangombo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, social media is being abused out there, especially by the now opposition, PF, Oxygen of Democracy, and so many platforms. Madam Speaker, UPND were in opposition. We used to talk about excessive pricing of fire tenders, ambulances, and also Forest 27. Now that we are in government, the nation is quiet. UPND is quiet. People want to know. Because PF, last time, one senior member was on radio, he was saying that especially Forest 27 is quiet because
Go
even
to
us,
the question, honorable
in
member.
UPND, we benefited from plots in Forest 27. Your Honor, the Vice President, are you able to order the Minister of Lands to publish the names of the people who have plots in Forest 27? I thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
It's a little difficult to connect from social media to Forest 27, maybe Honorable, I failed to really follow. Yeah, the braha. Yeah, it is a normal feeling when you fail. You can remain stuck, but sometimes you better move on. But I think the issue is the question he asked is, can I order the minister to produce the list of names of those that got land and abused Forest 27? I may not order, but I can encourage him to produce the list, to put the things to rest. I can only encourage him so that people don't start looking at all of us as if we got land. I can only encourage him, madam, not order him. Thank you.
The last member, the Honorable Member Fonkana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the UPND government has made a number of pronouncements in the name of guaranteeing and protecting media freedoms. Madam Vice President, two journalists, a photojournalist and another, were fired from the Zambia Daily Mail merely for capturing the queuing up for meal somewhere around April in Ndola. Madam Vice President, are you aware that some people within government are beginning to go against the commitment of government to protect journalists and media houses, not only from harassment from members of the public, but also from harassment at a work of place? Because the work of a journalist, Madam Speaker...
Honorable Member, we are behind time.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the work of journalists is just to capture what is newsworthy. What is broadcasted or published is up
Just
to
ask the question,
a news
Honorable
manager.
Member.
Are you aware that some individuals, Madam Speaker, are beginning, or Madam Vice President, are beginning to take away your commitment to protect media houses and journalists from acting professional? I thank you.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. No, I'll start, good morning. I'll start by indicating, Madam Speaker, that it is this government's commitment up to now and for the future to guarantee and protect rights of media practitioners. And I am not aware that now people are starting to harass at workplace, like you have said. That I am not aware. And if it is happening, it should be looked at, madam. We all know the work of media practitioners. Thank you, madam. The honorable member is busy.
Order, honorable members. Okay. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm honored to present to this August House an important development in our ongoing efforts to address Zambia's public debt challenges. This is crucial. This crucial milestone, reached on October 14, 2023, marks significant progress towards our efforts to restore Zambia's long-term debt sustainability. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this House that the Republic of Zambia has successfully negotiated and agreed on a Memorandum of Understanding MOU with this Official Creditor Committee, OCC. This committee, co-chaired by China and France, with vice chairmanship by South Africa, has played a pivotal role in facilitating a comprehensive debt treatment as agreed upon in June 2023. Madam Speaker, allow me to provide a brief background to Zambia's debt restructuring journey, which has been long and difficult. The process began in 2020 when Zambia requested for an extended credit facility from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to address the mounting challenges in our economic landscape and to anchor the debt restructuring process. In February 2021, recognizing the need for a comprehensive debt treatment, Zambia applied for debt restructuring under the G20 Common Framework. Subsequently, in June 2022, the Official Creditor Committee of Zambia's bilateral creditors was formed under the G20 Common Framework, marking a paramount moment in our pursuit for a sustainable debt trajectory. In August 2022, we secured approval for a 38-month, $1.3 billion extended credit facility from the IMF, providing critical financial and policy support during our restructuring endeavors. Madam Speaker, in June of this year, I informed this August House that Zambia had reached an agreement in principle on debt treatment with the Official Creditor Committee, setting the financial terms for debt relief that has been granted by our bilateral creditors. The debt restructuring agreement covers about $6.3 billion of central government debt owed to external bilateral creditors and government-guaranteed debt, which ZESCO Limited owes to bilateral creditors. The debt treatment agreed with the Official Creditors Committee is in the form of the following. A, significant maturity extension of our existing debt by more than 12 years, with the final repayment year being 2043. B, significant reduction in interest rates from what they currently are to very concessional rates during the next 14 years. Thereafter, the interest rates will not exceed 2.5% under the baseline scenario. C, a grace period of 3 years for principal repayments, implying that the principal repayments will start only in 2026. The agreement also includes an adjustment mechanism which provides for a slight reduction in the final maturity from 2043 to 2038 and a slight increase in interest rates if Zambia's debt carrying capacity improves from the current weak classification to medium classification. The assessment of Zambia's debt carrying capacity will be jointly conducted by the IMF and the World Bank in 2026. Madam Speaker, during my address in June, I informed this August House that the agreement with the Official Creditor Committee would be formalized through a Memorandum of Understanding. I repeat, during my address in June, I informed this August House that the agreement with the Official Creditor Committee would be formalized through a Memorandum of Understanding. And now, Madam Speaker, I stand here to announce that we have successfully concluded negotiations on the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee. Madam Speaker, the MOU we've agreed with the Official Creditor Committee formalizes and solidifies the June debt treatment agreement and paves way for execution of bilateral agreements with each member of the Official Creditor Committee. This MOU, to be signed by each official creditor, signifies a major step towards, I'll read that again. This MOU, to be signed by each official creditor, signifies a major step forward in our commitment to achieving a sustainable debt trajectory. The outlined terms will subsequently be implemented through the bilateral agreements to be signed with each member of the Official Creditors Committee. Madam Speaker, our government remains actively engaged in good faith with the discussions with all external private creditors, including the bondholders. Our goal is to secure debt treatment agreements with external private creditors on terms comparable to what has been agreed with the Official Creditor Committee. We are hopeful of concluding restructuring agreements that align with Zambia's need for debt relief and adhere to the comparability of treatment principle. Therefore, following the landmark achievements scored with the Official Creditor Committee, it is our hope that negotiations with external private creditors will also gain momentum. I wish to repeat our firm commitment to remain in arrears with external private creditors until agreements compatible with the comparability of treatment principles are reached, underscoring our dedication to achieving fair and equitable resolutions. I now wish to extend my gratitude to all our official creditors, especially the co-chairs, China and France, and Vice Chair, South Africa, for their unwavering commitment to resolving Zambia's debt overhang. Special thanks are extended to all our multilateral partners, including the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, for their continuing support and substantial contributions to our development agenda. Madam Speaker, while celebrating the progress made, we acknowledge the critical next step to secure comparable agreement with our private creditors. Our government is resolute in its commitment to overcoming the challenges posed by our debt burden by engaging in good faith negotiations with the private creditors. Once completed, the debt restructuring will unlock resources crucial for investing in our development agenda, human capital investment, and job generation to strengthen our economy and create opportunities for the Zambian people. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to assure the general public and all stakeholders that our government remains transparent and committed to international best practices in debt reporting. Regular updates will be provided through my ministry's quarterly debt statistical bulletin, fostering informed and credible discourse on debt management efforts. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement that was given by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister and your team, congratulations for the job well done so far. I'm sure dealing with the private creditors will be a mountain to climb because those are motivated by profit. However, Madam Speaker, I wanted to draw the Minister to, obviously, the relief that we have now simply means that he has to concentrate on growing our economy quickly to generate money that obviously will be available for us to pay in the future and also to prepare ourselves for any future economic shocks. But the people of Kantanshi are concerned, Madam Speaker, drawing the Minister to the low productivity that is currently existing in the mining sector, as well as the low productivity in the agriculture sector, particularly maize production, and also, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, your current investment in ZNS milling, which obviously is clearly a subsidy. Those are all areas showing serious financial pilferage, which might not support the growth of our economy. What are some of the immediate plans you have set, Honorable Minister, for us to take advantage of this relief that you have announced to the nation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and also Honorable Member for Kantanshi. He is right. The debt restructuring effort is indeed very important to make Zambia breathe and reorganize itself, but obviously the ultimate that follows after that is how we can ensure that our economy is bigger, stronger, so that indeed, if necessary, we can go back to borrow, but more importantly, to be able to create the jobs, tax revenues, and so on and so forth. In the mining sector, obviously the issue is that of finally, the final adding of nuts and bolts to the resolution of the two big mining companies, which is on track, because you recall, Madam Speaker, when this government came into office, these two mining assets were in serious problems. Mining was taking place in the courts, production had fallen, and beyond that, there were a lot of illegal minefields that were outstanding. These are the ones that are being cleared, and very soon, I think we should see progress. But more importantly, the confidence that has been brought by this government. Those days, mining companies were aiming to leave. Mining companies were leaving Zambia. Today, mining companies are not leaving Zambia. They are reinvesting. Okay? Mining companies are reinvesting. Reinvesting in the existing mines, but also we've seen lots of interest of a new exploration that is started, and I'm quite confident in the next 3-4 years we should see some big new greenfield mining projects emerging in our country. On our agriculture, I think this has been said over and over again. There's nothing new. The incentive that has been provided to our farmers this year so that they get reasonable returns out of their efforts, that we should see, help to see many of those who had abandoned agriculture, many of those who had abandoned maize growing and other crops, switching back the machinery to expand the economy. Tourism is also another area where we are seeing lots of interest. Already this year, I think we had said that so far, the number of visitors that we have seen this year to Zambia have grown up by more than 25% from what it was last year. And I'm confident that with the removal of the visas, plus the negotiations of direct flights between Zambia and China that the President and his team managed to conclude while there, that alone should be able to see a lot of tourism. Of course, in the manufacturing sector, we have also seen a lot of activities in the M phase, particularly Chivombo, but also here in Lusaka. As we speak right now, the space in Lusaka South M phase has been exhausted, committed. Big jump from what you used to see before. So I believe, Madam Speaker, that all is set to ride on top of the debt restructuring efforts to make the economy to grow and uplift the living standards of the people. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just add on, maybe join my colleague, the Honorable Minister, to congratulate you on this milestone achievement, the attainment of debt restructuring. I think this is what, as a country, Madam Speaker, we are all looking forward to. Honorable Minister, now that we have attained this debt restructuring, what measures are you putting in place in order to explain in plain language to all Zambian citizens the implications on their lives in the medium term as well as long term, which will result from this debt restructuring, so that we have informed citizens that cannot easily be misled by anyone? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that question. Already, Madam Speaker, some of the good things that are happening now are as a result of the agreement, or as a result of the debt restructuring that is ongoing. The reason for that is that the coming in of a new government and the commitment that was demonstrated and that continues to be demonstrated, that we are serious about debt restructuring and everything that it takes to get there. That by itself has already unlocked substantial financial assistance from many of our cooperating partners. Let me say that the ability to give each one of us here 30 million kwacha plus a CDF, it would not have been possible without this momentum of debt restructuring. Because otherwise this money would have all gone to debt service. But given the confidence and the trust that partners said that these people are going to deliver, because we have seen their track record, they said the debt service continue to not to pay, continue not to pay until we come to an agreement, and we'll only start servicing in 3 years from now, and that will only be a small fraction. So of course, that by itself has unlocked the money that we are talking about to give each one of us 30 million, that we're able to build schools, that we're able to build clinics, that we're able to send our children to school. So that is part of that. On top of that, without belaboring the point, the issues of the issues of the confidence in the economy. As we speak right now, I can say safely here that mines like Kansanshi, they were also destined for closure on top of the problem that we're having. The mine at Rumana, it was also, the operators there had said they were leaving the country under circumstances that were not known. So all this was because of the confusion that was happening in the country, the lack of certainty in the country. But now, all these mining companies, they've not just forgotten about leaving, they are adding more investment. They're adding more investment. And of course, others are watching. That's why I was saying that we are very confident that in the next 2 or 3 years, we should see big new mines opening up. The emphasis, part of the confidence. Why would anyone come and invest in a country which is bankrupt? But with the restructuring that is taking place, confidence is coming back. So people are talking about coming to assemble motorcycles here. People are thinking of coming to manufacture solar power units here. People are thinking of coming to invest into car batteries here, and many of these other things. So we are already beginning to benefit from the debt restructuring. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kankoyo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the previous government, the PF had hired someone and paid them $5 million to restructure Zambia's debt. Now, I want to find out from the Minister of Finance, how much has the government, the European government, spent to restructure this debt in order to achieve this milestone achievement, which our friends who wasted people's money, taxpayers' money, $5 million paid to a consultant who never did anything. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that we did not change any contract. But the difference is this, Madam Speaker. Our colleagues paid money, but they were not committed to the process. So they were going round and round and round in circles, achieving nothing. Okay? So to that respect, in that respect, Madam Speaker, you could say that this was money that was being wasted. When we came in, we said, guys, sorry, maybe that is not a parliamentary word. We say to them, we will not change the contract, but this is the time now to roll up your sleeves, because we are going to make sure that you work for your money. We'll make sure that you work for your money. And we've made them to work. We've made them to work. And, Madam Speaker, the results are self-evident. Methodically, Madam Speaker, step after step, we're announcing those concrete measures to get the debt to be resolved. Something that our colleagues totally failed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. May I join my colleagues in thanking the Minister of Finance and his team, and indeed the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for this significant milestone. Madam Speaker, this significant achievement in terms of restructuring the debt, in as far as the official creditors are concerned, is a good thing. However, the Zambian people will be very happy to see a complete debt restructuring, which would include the private creditors. My question to the Minister of Finance is, what bearing does this significant milestone have on the discussions with the private creditors? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the most important aspect, just to repeat, is that the creditors now know that they are dealing with a credible group of human beings. People who say, if you help me this way, I'll do the following so that in time, I will be able to start servicing your debt if you agree to restructure it.
Order, Honorable Minister. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes.
And under consideration is the ministerial statement which was rendered by Finance and National Planning Minister, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwa. Remember, you can also follow the proceedings by visiting our page, that's the National Assembly of Zambia on our Facebook page. So when the House resumed this morning, Madam First Deputy Speaker made 2 announcements, and thereafter we had one of the Vice President scarce in time. Claudette?
Right, so we have much more coming up. Remember, the House is just to consider questions for all answer understanding order number 76, and we'll have resumption of debate on the supply motion. Just now we take a break. Stay tuned.
Okay, my name is Chipoka Mlenga. I'm Member of Parliament for Chingola constituency under the United Party for National Development. I am currently working as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. President Hakainde Hichilema was gracious enough to give me the opportunity to serve the Zambian people as Minister in Commerce, Trade and Industry. And under his leadership and mentorship, I am learning quite a lot of things to serve the Zambian people to the best of my ability within the given time and the given resources. I have been married for the past 16 years to a young lady that I met at university, at the Copperbelt University, Likonge Makai. She is an electrical engineer. She's been a very, very good source of encouragement to myself in many, many other spheres and aspects of life. Together, God has blessed us with twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 14 years old. And I am born from Mr. and Mrs. Mlenga. My father is Aston Chilufya Mlenga, my mother is Monica Mlenga, and from 7 children, I'm the 5th, 2 girls and 5 boys, of which I'm the 5th one. Before joining politics, I worked in my private life. When I just graduated from university, I joined the local government, Mufulira Municipal Council, where I worked as a management trainee, or should I say an intern, for some time, barely 3-4 months, before I joined Konkola Copper Mines from 2006 until 2021, when I left the mining industry. And I worked in the mining industry, serving many different portfolios, until such a time when my affiliation into politics, you know how the past government was quite oppressive and very vengeful in many different ways to people that were perceived to be against them. And indeed, I spoke so much loudly against the tyranny rule of the past government, the injustices that we saw, the uneven distribution of wealth among the general public, among many other things. So deliberately, after being incited by some non-members of parliament then, 2 of them, I was declared redundant. Graciously, gladly, I left. I walked away in 2021, and I will be very clear and glad that through my media engagements on radio and TV, President Hakainde Hichilema identified me. And then I was given a chance to contest the seat under the UPND because I was coming in from the alliance to work together, and that is a decision I have never regretted. Well, my constituency is a very cosmopolitan constituency in terms of creed. ethnicity and religion. You know, it has got rural communities, it has got peri-urban, and it has got urban communities. It is the biggest in population constituency on the Copper Belt. It has got a registered number of almost 100,000 people. This is in the 90,000, almost 100,000 registered number of voters, and I'm very optimistic that in the coming elections it will be even more. So this is an election that you really have to pay particular attention to the needs of the people, because the needs that are in a certain ward are different from the needs in a different one. So you have to pay particular attention to the needs of each constituent ward and give development based on their customized needs. And it has been made easy to provide this development by the enhanced CDF by the president that he has given us, which is being released on a timely basis. I can assure you that I've got 18 wards in my constituency, and in these wards, the needs in Chingola Central are different from the needs in Ipafu, Mudenda, Chabanyama, and other places. So others are asking for boreholes to get decent water facilities. Others are asking for market as trading places, and we are giving them. Others are asking for crossing points in terms of bridges. Others are asking for road networks. But within the resources we have and the time frame we have, we are able now to provide these facilities. Obviously, as resources are coming on board within the given year that we are doing, but definitely we are reaching out. So it's an amazing one. And one thing that I can tell you about my constituency, it has got more of women and youth. So our youths are very dynamic in their needs. So this is something that, as Member of Parliament, it's not also just as easy as it may be perceived, because the needs of the youth are different and they change given time that evolves as every day passes. So I also have to pay particular attention to their needs and see how we don't leave them behind. In the past, youths could just be called cadres, but I'm very happy that we cadres now are not just seen as cadres. Because of the enhanced CDF and how the financing system has come in this country, we the cadres are part of the value chain in development. We are given opportunities not only to line the streets and wait for members of parliament to give us squatches and coins. We are beginning to participate in the project that CDF is providing, but contribute and also be engaged in educational facilities like the grants that are being given for training plumbers, teachers, and many other people. So I'm very excited that as dynamic as it may be, as cosmopolitan as it may be, it has given me an opportunity to understand people in depth and learn management skills. But definitely a lot of insight is coming in, even from the president himself, and I engage a lot the provincial minister, Honorable Matambo, who has spent a lot of time in many different places, and we talk a lot and learning from one another, and he's been very supportive. We have to believe in the system, and collectively as a team we will achieve. We have to understand that we used to struggle in the past just to get water to run from a borehole that was sunk by government at Chwempala was something that was never heard of. Today we have done it. We are talking about Munsenga, which had a health facility which was running from 7 o'clock to 14 hours. Now with enhanced CDF, we are putting up a mortuary and a maternity wing facility where our women can receive decent health maternity facilities, among many other things. So all I can tell the people of my constituency is let's keep engaging. Even from the criticism that is coming on board, we are drawing lessons, and collectively we will do something that will change our living standards. Look at Fipuya Bridge. It is always a river when it rains and people cannot cross to the other side. Others who have to, our women have to undress, our young boys have to be swept away just to move into those facilities. But we are going to put up a state-of-the-art bridge where two cars can cross past each other. Trucks that are carrying food and farming input can cross. We are going to do this together, and we are not going to leave anyone behind. So my message to the people of Chingola constituency, starting from Munsenga all the way to Chwempala up to Mudenda, we will march together, we will do and implement our projects together. I am very excited that when we look at our councillors, they are coming on together and we decide which projects we are going to do in each ward and how we are going to implement it. Thanks even to the commitment from the town clerk. She's and her directors, they are very much equal to the task, getting development to the people as and when the development has to be provided. So I would just want to offer my support to the council, to the mayor and his team, and ultimately the people that gave us the mandate to serve them. So collectively, the UPND is going to deliver in Chingola constituency and beyond many other places that we are residing in. Thank you very much.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumbwa village in the eastern part of Nalikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakaembe Primary School, where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawamathuda School in 1982 up to 1986. From there I did my cabs. As you are aware, I'm an accountant at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did NATEC at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did ACCA at Zikas. Thereafter I went to Copperbelt University, where I did my postgraduate diploma in finance. Nalikwanda constituency is a very nice constituency, though in a very bad state. Nalikwanda constituency is made up of forests and rivers. Currently we have got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work to do. With the current recruitment of teachers, we will embark on building accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Nalikwanda, that's Nakanya and Nalwei. The rest are health posts where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Nalikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Nalikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Nalikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Nalikwanda constituency. In Nalikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Nalikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Nalikwanda. My word to the people, my constraints is that I'm part of them. I know all the problems which are related to Marikwanda. If I say I will bring development alone to Marikwanda, that will not be enough. We shall work as a community. I'll work with them to see that we work with our WDCs, because that's where development will start from. We work with them. We work with the chiefs, village admins, so that we see which development we should attack first. From there, we shall see that Narikwanda is developed. But actually, the major one, we need to make sure that Narikwanda becomes a district, so that we share resources. Because currently, all the resources which go to Mongo district, they just go to Mongo Central. Now we want to make Narikwanda a district, so that our resources come to Narikwanda as a district, not as a sub.
Hello, Lusaka Central. This Saturday, the 21st of October, 2023, from 8:30 hours to 12:30 hours, we shall be holding our first ever open day. The idea behind this open day is for you and us, the Lusaka Central constituency team, to have an opportunity to interact and engage with one another, so that you are able to ask all the questions, understand our operations, and just enjoy a day with us at your constituency office. Our constituency office is located off Buluwe Road in Woodlands. Opposite Woodlands B Primary School is where you'll find the signage which will show you the direction to where the open day will be held. We would invite you all to come and enjoy this day with us. There will be lots of activities. If you have nowhere to leave the children, come with them. We'll have a jumping castle to keep them entertained. We will have also various activities taking place. Some of you might be lucky and win a prize. It's going to be a wonderful day. We've got several partners that are coming to offer their services on the day. So come and see what is in store for you, and you'll certainly have the day of your life. Take this opportunity to come to the first ever Lusaka Central Constituency Open Day.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
All members of Parliament are actually asking follow-up questions to the Minister of Finance and National Planning. He did deliver a ministerial statement on Zambia's debt challenges, and so members of Parliament are asking follow-up questions. We did see a motion earlier being moved by Her Honor the Vice President that Standing Order 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 be suspended to enable the House to hear the address by Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. And after that motion, we did have Her Honor the Vice President's question time, 45-minute segment that accords members of Parliament an opportunity to ask Her Honor the Vice President questions without notice.
And coming up, we have one question under Standing Order 76. Remember, questions which were under this standing order are those questions of urgent in nature. And we also have 5 questions under Standing Order 74, questions of ordinary in nature. So the first question will come from Mr. Anton Kasandwe, who is a Bangweulo member of Parliament, and he has directed this question to the Minister of Agriculture.
The House is also expected to consider 5 questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. Mr. Mushanga of Wacha will ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development when the government will rehabilitate the Makululu-Lukanga Road in Wacha Parliamentary Constituency.
how many kilometers of the road will be covered in the exercise, what the cost of the project is, and what the time frame for the completion of the project is.
And Mr. Alex Katakwe, Solwezi East Member of Parliament, is directly discussing to the Minister of Agriculture in 5 parts. He wants to find out in A, what are the total number of farms in Mikiling Farm Block in Solwezi East Parliamentary Constituency was as of March 2023. In B, over the number above, how many farmers were occupied and being developed as over the same date. In C, he wants to find out what the procedure for acquiring land in the farm block is, and D, whether the government has any plans to construct access roads in the farm block, and E, if so, when the plans will be implemented.
And so we're standing by for the resumption of business. In a few seconds from now, we should be seeing the entrance of the Speaker. And there you have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Entrance, a sure indication that business is supposed to start, but business can only start after a quorum is constituted. 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present in the house for business to be transacted. As the house before the break was looking at a ministerial statement, considering a ministerial statement that was rendered earlier by the Minister of Finance and National Planning on Zambia state challenges, and so members of parliament are asking follow-up questions to the Minister of Finance.
And we just want to remind our viewers that you can also follow the proceedings on Facebook. So all you need to do is just visit our Facebook page. That's the National Assembly of Zambia. Like the page and you'll be able to follow the proceedings right here.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning. And the Honorable Minister was responding to a follow-up question by the Honorable Member for Sikongo. May the Honorable Minister continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question from the Honorable Member for Sikongo was in the light of the progress that we've made with official creditors, how will that affect the discussions with the private creditors? Mr. Speaker, my answer was that the private creditors have been observing with a lot of interest and confidence, because for many, many years they were owed money, their debt was not being serviced, discussions were hardly possible. So now, when this administration came in, they've been seeing how we've been engaging, how we've been discussing, the consistency and the success. They believe now that they are dealing with a credible group of people, and therefore I believe that we'll make progress with them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. In order to accommodate the 4 members that I've indicated, I've added 10 extra minutes. The Honorable Member from Mbawala. The Honorable Member from Mbawala. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for clarifying that government continued with the services of Lazard as a consultant. It's a demonstration indeed that government is a going concern. At the stage that we have reached with this restructuring, Honorable Minister, are we now going to see the resumption of some of the capital projects by government, such as the roads. I have in mind, Honorable Minister, the stretch of the road of Great North Road between Serenje and Impulungu, which is in a very deplorable state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honorable member for that question. Mr. Speaker, part of the answer is that it is not possible to resume with all the contracts that had been signed, which we found in office. The reason for that is because even if we structure the debt, the commitments that were made for all the roads and other pieces of infrastructure were far too much compared to the resources that we had then, the resources that we are going to have after restructuring. So the truth of the matter is that some of those, for the time being, either we forget or restructure the format of those contracts by lowering the specs. But all I can say, I think the Minister of Infrastructure is there. Within that, there are certain, what they call the major arteries, major trunk roads, and the roads that you've mentioned belongs to that category. Serenje, Great North Road, all the way to Nakonde, and then of course Serenje, Mpika, all the way to Mpulungu. Those are important trunk roads, and within the constraint that we have, I'm sure the Minister of Infrastructure will find a way of dealing with those roads. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Though you didn't mention Chipata Chadiza.
Mr. Speaker, Chipata Chadiza, I think at the time of the budget presentation, I did include that road as one of those to be done by the Minister of Infrastructure. So the people of Chipata and Chadiza, they can thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, why are you not engaging the International Monetary Fund to utilize the gold holdings the country has, even the recently confiscated gold at the international airport, so that you can, and which has also increased in value recently, which has a high value to finance the debt the country has? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you get the question? I repeat, thank you very much. I'm saying, why are you not utilizing the gold reserves, even the sugilite, yes, that the country has, to negotiate with the International Monetary Fund with the debt the country has? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if it is gold that was confiscated at the airport, and of course sugilite also, I think we are all aware that cases like that have their own process, their own processes. The Minister of Home Affairs here says, in fact, it was fake gold. But even if it was real, anything that is true in the process of law enforcement agencies, until the time when they conclude and say, we have disposed of this matter, of course, you cannot touch it. But the Minister says, and of course we have all read, this was fake gold. If it is gold underground, if it is gold underground, this is the very reason why the government is creating the conditions for that gold to be mined, become available, because it's not enough to have a mineral underground. It only becomes useful to us when there's somebody to mine it, to sell it, then it becomes money. As long as it's underground, whether it is copper, whether it is gold, whether it's oil, sorry, you cannot use that to import anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Mbabala. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving us the opportunity to ask the whole Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, congratulations for a job well done, together with the entire Cabinet and His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. Minister, now that we've got this headroom for to spend, are you able to assure the good people of Mbabala that economic roads, such as the Macha-Muyobe to Dundumwezi Road and the Pemba Road, can be tarred in order to increase value to the economy of Zambia? That is where the maize and many other products are coming from that are feeding this nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also Honorable from Mbabala. I think my answer is similar to the one that I made earlier on, which is that the resources will be better off compared to before restructuring, but that does not necessarily mean that every road in Zambia will be tarred. The assurance I can give you is, if you recall, our budget given to the Minister of Infrastructure this coming year was enhanced quite significantly from where it was in this year, 2023. We've enhanced it significantly because we do realize, listening to colleagues here, the demand for good roads everywhere in the country is very high. Now, it's up to the experts, of course, working with other stakeholders, to decide which roads must get tarred. But as we have been discussing with the Minister of Infrastructure, not tarring a road does not mean that we leave roads unmotorable. Okay? It doesn't mean that. They can still be made motorable, especially if we commit ourselves to maintaining these roads every year. That's what matters. If a road is maintained every year, even if there's no tar, you can still achieve 100 kilometers per hour, 110, 120, which in most rural areas, that is satisfactory. What is bad is to leave roads for 10 years, 5 years without being maintained. That causes problems. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Peak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that statement. Honorable Minister, there are a number of harsh conditions by the International Monetary Fund, and one of them is removal of fuel and electricity subsidies, particularly on fuel. Have you put in place a trigger point at which you may come in with subsidies? What I mean is, currently fuel is almost at 30 kwacha. Have you agreed with the International Monetary Fund that, for instance, if fuel reaches 50 kwacha, then government will come in with subsidies? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think sometimes there's misunderstanding. People thinking that because you are in a program with the IMF, therefore you are going to have very harsh conditions, including the removal of subsidies. The truth of the matter is that the IMF mayor says you have so much money. How you decide to distribute that money, it is up to you. Okay? It is entirely up to you. Under the previous government, fuel was being subsidized. Okay? Fuel was being subsidized. That subsidy on fuel under the previous government was costing roughly $500 million per year. $500 million per year. That's the subsidy that was being provided. Now, the question is this. Was that good? No. Colleagues may say, yes, it was good because we had cheap fuel. But at the time when subsidies were going on fuel, this was the time when schools had no teachers. Schools in a place like Liwa, 2 teachers in a school from grade 1 to grade 9. Yeah. 2 teachers from grade 1 to grade 9. Mr. Speaker, when fuel was being subsidized, this was the time when the majority of our children were failing to go to school because they could not afford to pay the tuition fees in high schools, let alone they could not afford to pay the boarding fees. So most children were they were living in villages or shanty compounds, especially for the female children, exposing them to all sorts of hazards. But I can say that this was the view, or this was the vision of the PF government. This was the vision of the PF government. We don't care about teachers. We don't care about school children. We are going to put our money in fuel. The UPND government has said, when the resources are limited, we are going to put our money into teachers. We are going to put our money to make sure that every child, no matter what family they come from, they go to school. We are going to put our money in making sure that classrooms are being built. We are going to put our money into making sure that clinics are built across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may ask the question, who is more reasonable? The one who puts who is more reasonable? Who cares for the population? Who cares for the poor people? Between one who subsidizes fuel so that members of parliament here can buy cheap fuel, and the one who puts money to make sure that children go to school, their teachers, their books, who is more reasonable? I would say that the UPND government is definitely more reasonable.
Order. I've also permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to deliver a ministerial statement to update the nation following the killing of 2 men on 2nd October 2023 by an irate mob in Shibuyunji district. The 2 men were allegedly murdered on suspicion that they were involved in cattle rustling in the area. I'll also use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to brief the nation pertaining to the occurrences in Mumbwa where we lost 2 businessmen. Mr. Speaker, allow me in the first place, on behalf of government, and indeed on my own behalf, to sincerely offer profound condolences to the families of the 2 men who died following the instant mob justice action by the community in Shivunji district. I also take this occasion to wish a quick recovery to the other 2 men that were injured by irate mob. Mr. Speaker, the House may recall that on 13th October 2023, some irate residents of Mumba district rioted after a word circulated to the effect that 2 suspects involved in ritual killings recorded in the area had been apprehended and detained at Mumbwa police station. The riots erupted after the police declined to hand over the 2 suspects to irate residents who were demanding for instant punishment to be meted on them. The rioters' behavior led to destruction of private and public property, looting, and sadly to loss of life of 2 businessmen of Mumbwa. Mr. Speaker, the Zambia police instituted investigations resulting in the arrest of 9 suspects, 4 of whom were charged for theft, 2 for housebreaking and theft, and the other 3 for breaking into a building and committing a felony. Therein, 7 of the 9 suspects pleaded guilty to the charges and were sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. Amongst the convicts, Mr. Speaker, are 2 females who have been given minor sentences, viz. Simple imprisonment, while all the men have been sentenced to imprisonment with hard labor. The other 2 suspects are still appearing in the courts of law after they denied the charges. The Zambia police has also arrested 1 suspect in connection with the deaths of the 2 businessmen, David Arnold Mwakioma and Ernest Sikaonga. The suspect will appear in court soon. Similarly, 2 suspects who were arrested in relation with the suspected ritual killings are awaiting appearance in the courts of law. Investigations in the 2 murder cases are still going on. Mr. Speaker, in the Shivunji district murder cases that occurred on 2nd October 2023, Shivunji's police station received a report of murder in which 2 men were burnt to death by an irate mob in Mulimba village in Chief Shakumbila. The 2 men, both of whom were from Shivunji district, were burnt to death on suspicion of being involved in cattle rustling in the area. Facts of the matter are that on 2nd October 2023, between 01 and 04 hours, residents of Mulimba area blocked a road and stopped a Volvo truck, registration number CAA 5837, which was carrying 10 heads of cattle after they suspected that the cattle were stolen. The residents, Mr. Speaker, apprehended the owner of the truck and the driver, both of Chilanda village in Chivombo district. They also apprehended the deceased duo, Remy Mwinga of Mulimba village and Bernard Piri of Mapushi village in Chief Shakumbila, while 2 other suspects ran away. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Remy Mwinga and Bernard Piri were burnt to death by the irate mob. The owner of the vehicle and the driver were assaulted but were rescued by the police and taken to Nampundwe Health Center for medical treatment. It was there after established that the heads of cattle were stolen from a 61-year-old farmer of Mulisa village in Chief Shakumbira in Shivunji district, who had earlier reported a case of stock theft on 17th July 2023 at Shivunji police station. The stolen cattle were valued at 174,000 kwacha. Investigations in both murder and stock theft cases have continued. On 9th October 2023, one of the suspects who ran away when the red mob impounded the truck carrying the stolen cattle was apprehended. He has been charged and arrested for the offense of stock theft, contrary to Section 275A of the Penal Code, Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia, and will appear in court soon. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of October 2023, a post-mortem was conducted on the two bodies of men that were burnt to death. Investigations are ongoing to arrest what has been done and arrest the culprits involved. Mr. Speaker, mob justice violates the principles of the rule of law, especially the right to life and fair trial, which is embedded in our Constitution. In the quest to fight against crime, citizens must always remember that they cannot and must not take the law into their own hands. Citizens must allow justice to take its course even when they perceive that the wheels of justice are turning slowly. Mob justice is wrong and has no justification whatsoever. It undermines the spirit of having a legal system which we all believe in. History everywhere is replete with examples where mob justice and vigilante action have led to death of innocent people, or where people have been denied an opportunity to seek justice for a wrong committed against them. Mr. Speaker, all cases of mob justice have one commonality among them whenever they occur: someone taking the law into one's own hands. Someone innocent will end up dying, or justice being denied. Differently put, the law into one's own hands could lead to injustices, or even lead to an effective end to a law as a source of social order. Taking matters into one's hands puts at risk the entire system of the rule of law and the due process with its important checks and balances. If instant justice mob is allowed, it will erode the confidence that members of the public and other stakeholders have in the justice system in the country. As a responsible government anchored on the rule of law, the New Dawn administration will not tolerate lawlessness and violence as an act of intimidation, and implores community to raise concerns responsibly. Misinformation about the performance of the justice system is feeding instant justice mob actions, actions which constitute serious breaches of our criminal law and human rights standards. Mr. Speaker, allow me space to commend efforts to date to update the House pertaining to the measures the law enforcement agencies are doing to arrest suspects of these criminal acts, as well as other members of the public who speak out against such irrational behavior. I urge communities to do much more to stop the situation from worsening. In the same vein, I urge all honorable members of parliament to play an important role by countering misinformation in their constituencies, religious and traditional leaders to send clear messages to their communities. Communities should play the role of ensuring that erring individuals are given the opportunity to reform themselves into functional members of society by allowing the justice system to do its work. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that communities behave responsibly and are aware of the law, the Zambia Police Service has enhanced community policing initiatives and continued to conduct community sensitizations on the danger of people taking the law in their own hands. Besides applying the law firmly and fairly wherever the scourge occurs. To build public confidence in the justice system and the whole system of delivery of government, the government has strengthened the operations of integrity committees in institutions. This will ensure adherence to ethical standards, values, and principles by officers. With specific reference to stock theft, government is stiffening the law pertaining to stock theft. I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, that a bill will be presented pertaining to stock theft to ensure that there is curbing of stock thefts in the country. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members are free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Minister of Home Affairs. Indeed, thank you very much for that detailed statement. You have actually given two statements, one for where the stock thefts happened and where we lost 2 lives of businessmen. Honorable Minister, are you in a position to tell the nation the monetary loss that happened in the Mumbwa incidents where 2 businessmen were killed? If at all you are in a position, could you tell the nation as to how much was lost, especially that government property was also not spared? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ron. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I will not be in a position to give the quantums in percentage form as to how much was lost in Mumbwa. But at an appropriate time, I can be able to furnish the House with the information that is required.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for according the people of Katombola an opportunity to raise a question to the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that elaborate speech given. And allow the people of Katombola to convey deepest condolences to those who lost their lives in the incident in Mumbwa and in... Can you be quiet? Mr. Speaker, additionally, it shows very clearly from the ministerial statement that there is general mistrust and misunderstanding between the police and members of the community. But my question, Honorable Minister, is to do with the rural policing, because most of the rural areas do not have the police. So they ultimately end up becoming the police themselves. What is government doing to ensure that rural areas like Katombola constituency, including the place where this incident occurred in Shibuyunji? I know there is a police at Shibuyunji, but most of the areas are not policed to avert such possibility. Like Katombola, the whole constituency has only 1 police post covering 5 chiefdoms. So what is government doing to ensure that rural areas also have police and these incidents are reduced? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ndeleki, for that question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform members of the House, of this august House, and the public at large that Zambia Police Service is introducing community policing. We tend to believe that once the community policing is entrenched in the communities, members of the communities will be able to tell us and arrest those who are responsible for criminal activities. We are all aware that most of these criminals or alleged criminals reside within the communities. It is therefore incumbent upon members of the public to work together with the Zambia Police Service. Further, Mr. Speaker, we are enhancing the Police Reserve Unit so that they can work together with the communities. As I had said the other day, Mr. Speaker, that this government has managed to buy the requisite police vehicles. I'm aware that in a number of constituencies and districts, even where the police are present, they were not able to police the areas due to lack of transport. I hope that once these vehicles are distributed to the constituencies before the end of the year, rather, sorry, Mr. Speaker, before the end of the month, the situation will improve. We are in the process of finalizing the registration of all the vehicles. The vehicles have been bought and are available. I also want to state that once we put these measures in place, with the support of our colleagues to build police posts in their areas, we'll be able to provide police men and women to save those particular communities.
The Honorable Member for Mbabala.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful statement. And my condolences to the bereaved families who lost their dear loved ones during those issues you have mentioned. Mr. Minister, the people of Mbabara want to get an assurance. We have had situations where the people who are arrested over similar cases like the murder ones, they come back. Of course, they are released. There is a legal process which we understand, but the communities may not understand, and hence the issues of sensitization, which are important for the community to understand that legal process. But my question is going to the same police vehicles, where we need it for mobility inside Mbabara constituency to these issues where we have such cases, as well as the stock theft. Just a week ago, we lost 10 animals loaded at a certain point in Mangunza, and clearly the community knows, has ideas about these people who are loading the animals at night. And the issue is about having a police vehicle to quickly move there and do the action. Can you assure the people of Mbabara constituency that the police vehicle for Mbabara constituency will be based inside Mbabara constituency at a police station in Mbabara, since we've got 3 police stations in Mbabara constituency, and not to be based in Choma town? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to inform this august House and the people out there, if there are police stations within the constituency, the motor vehicles will be based at those police stations or at that particular police station. It will not be centrally located if there are police stations in the constituency.
The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, we have been we're implementing community policing and sensitization in this country for a long time, but it appears that mob justice is not going down. To the contrary, it's actually on the rise. Is there something wrong with the current policing that we're doing and also the sensitization, especially of rural communities where mob justice seems to be on the rise? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to state that this particular mob justice occurrences which we are witnessing now started during the period when we had gassing. And because members of the public had lost confidence in the systems, hence mob justice. But we are doing a reorientation on the part of the police and also educating members of the public pertaining to their civic duties. We also want to state that the justice system is not just about the policing. We are aware of the grievances members of the public have, wherein certain alleged perpetrators of crimes are taken to court and they are being released and they come back to the communities and continue committing crimes. Such are the issues that make the public to start not believing in the justice system. But we are working together. As you are aware, Honorable colleague, you are one of the people who are prominent in the legal system. You are aware of some of the injustices which members of the public have been raising. It is incumbent upon us, not just the police, but also the judiciary, to ensure that the processes are speeded up and ensuring that justice is done openly and clearly, so that there are no allegations of other inimical issues that may arise out of the justice system.
The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this incident actually happened in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, we are not happy with the injustice which is happening. And then the people of Mwembeshi actually asked me that whenever they take these people to the police stations, they catch them, they take them there. Before the people can reach back at their homes, the criminals are already there. So, they have come back in their homes. The people in Mwembeshi, Mr. Speaker, just to tell you the truth, they have got no confidence in the police. They have got no confidence. They are saying that they are part of the people who are actually doing the cattle rustling. How, Minister, are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to do your maneuvers in the constituency like Mwembeshi to convince the people that these men in now uniform, they are not part and parcel of the people who are actually getting these animals so that the people can have, they have got no confidence, they have lost it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to encourage my honorable colleague to ensure that members of the public are educated and civic responsibility is inculcated in them. We all believe in the rule of law. I have no doubt in my mind that all of us here know that if someone is arrested for a criminal offense that is bailable or bondable, they must be given bond or bail. That is what the law says. If somebody steals heads of cattle from Luampa, you don't expect the police to keep that person in cells for a long period. Because the law doesn't allow. If he or she is arrested and taken to the police and eventually to court, they will be given bail. And the trial will commence. And if there is no evidence, they will be acquitted. And they'll be with the community. Those are the issues, and those are the principles which we cherish, all of us in this house. Everyone is presumed innocent until proved guilty. So we cannot say because somebody has been found with a stolen cow, he's guilty and he must be jailed. No. But we have taken certain measures where we have brought a bill now. My colleague, the Minister of Justice, I think it has already been introduced. The bill has been introduced where stock theft will no longer be bailable until the case is concluded in the courts of law. So those issues, Honorable Jamba, are being addressed by this August House.
The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to find out about the people who lost property. Is the minister able to recommend to the DMMU for any assistance in terms of maybe, or let me just end there, in terms of any assistance? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be in a position to recommend to a DMMU for assistance. But if there is need for any assistance to be given to those people, the individuals involved can apply to the Vice President's office for assistance.
The Honorable Minister took time to read through his ministerial statement, and I use my discretion to add 10 more minutes. The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your statement. Minister, it is so painful because I'm a farmer, also a livestock farmer, okay, to allow not to lose animals, okay, through a cattle theft. It is very, very painful. And I feel so sorry, and I sympathize with the old man, the 61-year-old man. And also condolences to the people, those who lost their lives and the family members. Minister, in your statement, you did mention about the bill which is coming, okay? I think whether it is in place. So I just want to find out whether the livestock farmers were consulted and that they had an input in the bill which is yet to be tabled on the floor of this House. Thank you very much.
Though that's a different question, maybe the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security can shed light.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most of the complaints pertaining to stock theft are emanating from the stockkeepers in our various constituencies. Even as the bill is before the House, witnesses will be called to appear before this committee. And one of the key witnesses is the Zambia National Farmers Union, who we believe represent the majority of those who are keeping cattle. And they'll be called for a session at Parliament.
The Honorable Member for Shangombo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of us who keep cattle, it's really paining when people get your cattle after keeping them for so long time. Honorable Minister, are you not thinking of, in the bill that you are bringing, maybe to change the law so that it's non-bailable, and also maybe to introduce either brand marks or earrings for whoever is convicted, so that they have a brand mark, that wherever they go to visit, they will be chased, or either earrings, so that whenever they visit you in your village, not they are criminals. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Mr. Speaker, we will not endeavor to deal with the issues as proposed by my colleague. But what I can say is that we are working with the Minister of Livestock to emulate what is being done in Botswana. In Botswana, Mr. Speaker, every animal is brand marked, and they have chips which are embedded in them, such that if a cow is stolen from Rwampa, you can easily trace where that animal is. So through what you have just said, I think he has advanced with that proposal. I think very soon a bill will be coming to Parliament to ensure that stock theft are eliminated. We may not entirely eliminate cattle thefts, but we can reduce. Botswana is an example where they have managed to control stock theft.
The Honourable Member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just wanted you to make a clarification. You did mention that police vehicles will be based in police stations. How about those constituencies that do not have police stations? They only have police posts. And for some, you find it's a district and a constituency at the same time, but they do not have a police station. It's a police post. Maybe there could be 1 or 2 police posts in that district. What will happen to those? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that administrative arrangements will be made in the districts similar to the one my colleague has just indicated. In certain situations where there are 3 constituencies and there are no outlying police stations, all the vehicles will be based at the headquarters. How they manage them will be an issue that will be discussed with the area member of Parliament. Because these vehicles, Mr. Speaker, they will be labeled. For example, if you see Kasenengwa, the police vehicle will be labeled Kasenengwa constituency for easy identification.
The Honourable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, it's indeed gratifying that at one time you are buying 156 vehicles for 156 constituencies. Congratulations to His Excellency the President and yourself, Honourable Minister of Home Affairs. My question to you, Honourable Minister, is we have, especially in Sinazongwe, a lot of animals are being stolen from Zimbabwe and are made to cross the Kariba into Zambia. The trend is extremely worrisome. I'm aware, Honorable Minister, that animals are being stolen from Namwala, they cross into Mumbwa, Mwembesh, and the same applies, some are stolen from Monze into Western Province. Don't you think it is also prudent, Honorable Minister, that you think of marine patrols apart from the vehicles that you have acquired for the same undertaking? I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have noted the challenges pertaining to certain constituencies wherein they may not be used motor vehicles. We have also bought a number of boats that will be used by Zambia Police, DEC, and Immigration. I can give outrightly here the situation that is obtaining, I think it's Lunga constituency in Luapula. A vehicle will not be the ideal for Lunga constituency. So we are providing boats for use by Zambia Police in those areas. I agree with it's Lunga. Is it? I see. Anyway, the district is Lunga district, isn't it? We are providing boats for such areas and other areas, including Western Province. We are aware of the challenges in other areas.
The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, are these vehicles a product of CDF, which some people are not believing? Are they a product of CDF and being commissioned before the end of this month, like you have stated? Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Mitete. Mr. Speaker, I do confirm that we use the CDF funds to purchase these vehicles. And that is why every constituency will have a police vehicle labeled in accordance with that particular constituency.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are very excited to hear that good news that all constituencies will receive the vehicles by month end, meaning only a few weeks, if not days from now. Will there be a function to which members will attend like the way Honorable Minister for Local Government did when handing over CDF vehicles? Yes, I want to attend. Is there going to be such a function, Honorable Minister? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am agreeable to the proposal that is being made by the Honorable Member for Chama South to ensure that every one of us who will be willing can participate, and also ask the Honorable Member for Chitambo to give a vote of thanks as we deliver this vehicle.
The Honorable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of the honorable members of parliament have concentrated on the stock theft, but my concern is on the ritual practices that have led to most of these mob justice. You would find that some of these ritual practices, you would find that they are practiced by those who want to enhance businesses, and others, they practice the ritual practice popularly known as kikondo. That is a coffin, a special coffin that locates the killer of a person in question. So in most of the cases, you would find that once this coffin identifies the person who was killed, there is mob justice in that area to kill the suspect. My question to you, Honorable Minister, why have you allowed this practice to go on? Because as I'm talking now, even last week in some area in Solwezi, it was there, where most of the people have lost lives when these mob justice come up. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to state categorically on the floor of this House that this government will not condone such inimical activities. I'm aware of the issues that the Honorable Member has raised. Chikondo is very prominent in Northwestern Province. I've had interactions with the leadership of Northwestern Province, including traditional leaders, to discourage their members of the public from practicing such activities like Chikondo. Even the issue that has been raised by my colleague pertaining to the belief that if you go to Kalabo, you'll be given some medicine to make you a rich person, should not be condoned. There is no such a thing. Why is you find that the one who is giving the so-called charms hasn't even got money to buy Coca-Cola, but you go and consult him so that he can give you money to buy a bus. Those are just retrogressive beliefs, and it's us as leaders of government, the religious leaders, and other leaders in the community to sensitize and discourage people from believing in these ritual rites which are being performed in a number of localities. For all of us who hail from rural areas, you will note that once somebody becomes elderly and they have white hair, like me, I become a suspect. And that is why my neighbor here always dyes his hair so that he doesn't have white hair because of fearing. So all what I can say is that these are beliefs which are retrogressive, which will not make us move forward as we believe in UPND. I would like to encourage every one of us to sensitize our communities that these beliefs in witchcraft are inimical and they are not in our interest.
Only one member is left. Time has run out, but I'll ask the Honorable Member for Dudumwezi to ask his question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for giving me this question. Honorable Minister, I'm very grateful that you have even included speedboats for police in areas where probably motor vehicles may not be used effectively. But you agree with me, Honorable Minister, that most of these cattle rustlers do not use public roads. Would you consider, Honorable Minister, purchasing electric motorbikes to enhance or to ensure that these policemen and women can even go away from the public roads to ensure that cattle rustling is completely eradicated or reduced? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to confirm that Zambia Police is considering purchasing motorbikes. They are cheaper to service and maintain. In most of the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, these other motor vehicles may not be the best form of transport. So we are considering motorbikes, as we have already bought the police motor vehicles, but the motorbikes are being considered. We hope that once we make money available, the police will buy motorbikes as well, including bicycles. We'll try and buy bicycles in certain areas. Unfortunately, in one part of Zambia, you cannot use a bicycle because of the sandy environment that is there.
Order. Question for oral answer, understanding Order 76 by prior arrangement. The Honorable Member for Milenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 116.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, considering the importance of this question, allow me to give a little bit more detail before I give specific answers. Mr. Speaker, government is aware of the current disease situation on cassava, including cassava mosaic disease and cassava brown streak disease. Since 2022, there have been reports of cassava root rotting in various parts of the country, including the constituencies in question. This presents a very worrisome food security threat, especially that cassava is an extremely important food staple in the affected areas, and this therefore begs for very urgent attention. In response to reports, government through the Ministry of Agriculture conducted the following activities. Number one, research scientists from the Zambia Agriculture Research Institute, ZARI, carried out a cassava disease surveillance in some of the districts that include Chifunabuli in Luapula Province and Ikelenge and Mwinilunga in Northwestern Province. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that the spread of this problem is very, very wide and therefore worrisome. Results from both field inspections and laboratory analysis of the samples collected during the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 cropping seasons confirmed widespread roots, especially in older cassava fields. The observed rots on cassava tubers were not related to those associated with cassava brown streak disease, which is primarily present in Kaputa, Nsama, Chiengi, and in Chelenge districts. This problem in these areas is actually more deadly and very, very dangerous than what we are going to discuss this afternoon. Admittedly, the survey did not include Bahati, Milengi, and Chitambo. However, the situation in these areas may not be any different from the areas where the surveys were conducted. Both field observations and laboratory analysis of samples collected from the surveyed areas showed that the rotting of cassava roots is attributed to the following. Number one, high infestation of termites. Number two, partial harvests, where roots are removed from the same plant at a time. Then three, rodent infestation by moles and rats. All the above factors cause injury to the roots, and this allows disease causal agents to enter, resulting in the rotting of the cassava roots. Further, Mr. Speaker, planting cassava in flood-prone areas cause the roots to rot. With change in weather patterns, especially during the rainy season, and the flash floods which we have witnessed, also contribute to cassava roots to rot. Though cassava is a tropical plant, it does not require excessive water. To mitigate against the rotting of cassava roots, the Ministry of Agriculture, through ZARI and the Department of Agriculture, has undertaken the following measures. One, advising farmers to follow good agricultural practices, such as one, planting in non-flood prone areas. B, planting in ridges in areas where soils do easily allow water to swell. 3, tilling land in order to break termite nests before planting is done. And D, or 4, discouraging farmers in recycling planting material which may be infected with disease and other causal agents. Then finally, discouraging partial harvesting of cassava on a given plant. Then the other thing we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is the training of farmers on cassava pest and disease recognition and management. The combination of these measures will help to reduce crop loss and build food security. The issue of the cultivars is absolutely important because we do not have some of the diseases in Zambia, but we are importing them through the cultivars from other countries, especially in the northern parts of Zambia. Mr. Speaker, I deliberately took time, and I thank you for having given me that, because this is a very serious problem which we cannot underplay. Most of our colleagues in the northern parts depend on cassava as a major food staple. Let me now answer the question directly so that we can conclude on it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Anthony Kasanda of Banguela asked the Minister of Agriculture the following questions: whether government is aware that there is an outbreak of a strange cassava disease that is causing tubers to rot in the following parliamentary constituencies: Banguela, Bahati, Milengi, and Chitambo. If so, what urgent measures are being taken to contain the outbreak and ensure food security in the affected constituencies? Mr. Speaker, government is aware of the outbreak of the disease which is causing the rotting of cassava tubers in those parliamentary constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, the disease has been attributed, as indicated, to high infestation of termites, partial harvesting, where a few roots are removed from the same plant at a time, and 3, rodent infestation by moles and rats. The following measures are being taken to assist affected farmers, advising the farmers to follow good agricultural practices, which include the following: 1, planting in non-flood prone areas; 2, planting in ridges where soils do easily allow water to swell; and 3, tilling land in order to break termite nests before planting, before new plantings are done; and 4, discouraging farmers in recycling planting material which may be infected and will have those causal agents. Then finally, discouraging partial harvesting of cassava. The following measures are being taken to ensure food security in the affected areas: training the farmers on cassava pests and disease cognition and management. The combination of these measures, Mr. Speaker, will definitely reduce the crop loss and build on food security. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luvansenshi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Luvansenshi to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Agriculture. Indeed, this disease that has affected most of the fields is not only limited to Milenge, Chitambo, Bahati, even Bangweru, but also in Luvansenshi constituency. It is in this house where we also reported that in Northern Province, that is Luvansenshi constituency, we have the same problem. And we do acknowledge the Minister that people from Ministry of Agriculture went on the ground and indeed discovered that there is this problem. And they recommended for the, to provide with food relief from DMMU, but up to now nothing has been done. Now, my question to you, Honorable Minister, our people in rural areas really depend on cassava as one of the major staple food. Those measures that you have explained to this August House, they are implementing, but unfortunately, this disease has continued advancing, and most of our farmers have been affected. Do you consider to compensate them, and at the same time, to find a practical alternative so that we can able to survive, or this cassava can able to survive? Because those measures that you have indicated or explained to this House have been implemented, but nothing is coming out. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, does not really compensate where there is crop loss. If the cassava was under a program which was insured, then it would be for the insuring company to compensate. If it was maize, for example, under FISIP, which is insured, yes, we would compensate because there is a component of insurance from that particular program. In this case, cassava is grown by, in this case, by the majority of the people on their own, and therefore it would be wrong for me to sit here and say that those farmers will be compensated. What the Minister of Agriculture can do, together with the Office of the Vice President, which is responsible for disaster management, is to make sure that food is made available in areas where our farmers have lost out food. What we are also doing is work with, for example, IITA, which is that international organization dealing with tropical agriculture, and we are giving good planting material that is disease-free. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we are able to do. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister. Minister, could you know how much the team that was entrusted to do the investigations concerning this same cassava problem costed? How much did it cost the ministry to undertake this investigation as submit?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
No, Mr. Speaker, I would not get it off head, but I would be able to provide the information if given an opportunity. I would be very happy to learn from the Honorable Member. There should be a good reason he has brought this question. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Chiluvi the opportunity to ask the question on this very important issue. I would also like to state that listening from the minister on the study they did, we submitted as people of Chiluvi through the vice president about brown streak disease. I don't know why Chiluvi is missing on that list where they are to do that study. Having said that, I would like to ask the minister, because he has attributed the disease. I don't know which one he has picked among those two that you've talked about, but my concern is mainly on brown streak disease. Is your ministry thinking of doing a comprehensive study that will include Rupososhi, Chiluvi, Lunga, areas like Kaputa, Cherenge, Chiengi, and Luwansenshi, those areas there, because from the way we submitted, brown streak disease from the people themselves has destroyed their crops and is exhibited. I don't know how, maybe your officers have not been reaching out to those people, but it's quite widespread. So is the ministry considering doing a comprehensive, let me just even say, national comprehensive study so that you understand the problem as you look for solutions?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should start on a point that the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Mr. Speaker, is fully aware of this problem and also the devastating nature of the problem. However, there is always some misconception. If you notice, when I was answering for this, I gave reasons why we had that problem, which is very different to what you are discussing. What you are discussing is a terminal problem which has no cure as at now. The cure is to get rid of the crop and use proper planting material. For that black streak problem, there is no cure. It's a viral problem which has no cure, and it is absolutely devastating in nature. And we don't have it in Zambia. We are importing it from a neighboring country. And the Minister of Agriculture is in discussion with that country. The best thing to do is to ask for good planting material. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. The country is under surveillance, if that might help, on this particular cassava problem. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanchiria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also just place on record that our farmers in Kanchiria have been affected as well by the brown streak disease. Now, cassava, Madam Speaker, is Mr. Speaker, is a crop for about 30% of our population, according to some studies in this country. What is the government doing, Honorable Minister, in ensuring that we scale up the production of cassava? Of course, one of the interventions is to bring in new stock. But what can we do to ensure that we scale up cassava production in the context of food security at national level? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you. Very, very important question, Mr. Speaker, and this is the guidance that the ministry is giving. If you want to go into massive cassava production, especially for food consumption, I would encourage you to come to the ministry. We link you up with IITA so that you get proper, clean, disease-free planting material. If you are going to go to the next field and just get those cultivars and plant them, you are going to have a very, very serious problem. So come. The country has good planting material so that we give you the planting material. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Minister, you are aware that this month you are supposed to come and open a milling plant, cassava milling plant in Chitambo. And I can at least inform you, Minister, that out of the 10 wards that I have in Chitambo, 5 are the ones in the wetlands. And these are the producers of cassava. My question to you, Honorable Minister, is that these 5, through your ministry, tried to diversify from fishing and growing cassava to rice. But also at some point, something big happened that the rice which was produced was not bought by government. These people are now suffering from hunger in the 5 wards. Minister, I want you to come out very clearly on 2 things, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. One, on the milling plant, so that it does not become a white elephant, because there will be nowhere to get cassava. And 2, through your ministry, how are you going to assist these people in the 5 wards, which is Chipundu, Chalilo, Lulimala, and Katonga, to survive as you are trying to teach them new methods of growing cassava? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
I thank you, and I thank the Honorable Member. In all fairness, Mr. Speaker, may I take note of the concern, because I did not come prepared to answer that question. I came prepared to answer disease problem of cassava. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Last question, the Honorable Member for Milenge, who asked the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we've heard your explanations, and most of your programs, intervention programs, are quite educational. And as far as Milenge is concerned, I have not seen this. When are you starting to educate the people as an intervention measure? And also, as you answer, probably if you could expand your answer to speak to the specific intervention measure in terms of relief. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Vice President is responsible for relief in this country. I will take your concern to the Office of the Vice President. I do not deal at the ministry. We do not deal with relief at the Ministry of Agriculture. In terms of interventions, this is ongoing and it is under serious surveillance, as I said, by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Questions for oral answers, understanding Orders 74. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Question number
117.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Mshanga, Sidney Mshanga, the MP for Wacha, is asking the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development at A, when the government is going to rehabilitate the Makululu-Lukanga Road in Wacha Parliamentary Constituency. At B, he wishes to know how many kilometers of the road will be covered during this exercise. At C, he wishes to know what cost the project will be. And last but not least, at D, he wants to know the time frame for completion of this project. Mr. Speaker, in response to the question raised by Mr. Mshanga, the Honorable MP for Wacha constituency, I wish to inform him and this August House that the rehabilitation of the Makululu-Lukanga Road in the Wacha parliamentary constituency will be done once funds are made available and secured. At B, the road is approximately 12 kilometers long, and that is what is expected to be covered when the work commences. At C, the cost of the project will be determined once the road has been surveyed and details of the BOQ, or bill of quantity, is prepared. Last again but not least, the time frame will only be determined once the technical details on the road have been provided. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful.
The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister, for the responses. Just a follow-up question to the first question in A, to the answer that you've provided, Minister, when the funds are available or secured. The people in the same area, that is Makululu, and leading to Lukanga swamps, would want to know or to have an idea when the funds will be made available or secured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, the funds will be made available once that particular road is put on the work plan. As I'm speaking to the Honorable Member of Parliament right now at this juncture, the work plan for Kawe has not been rolled out, and therefore I can only tell him when that particular work plan is concluded.
The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, again, a follow-up question. You've talked about when the work plan or when the road in question is put on the work plan. Are the people in the same community or in the same area likely to see the road in question be put on the work plan before the end of this year or next year, 2024? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Wacha was once a minister of the same province in the same constituency where he is today, and he understands how government operates. The needs must be done by his local authority, and he should take part in arriving at the priority roads in his own constituency and submit it to the ministry, and then consideration will be done. Things don't happen by osmosis. From here, I just go and say, because the Honorable Mshanga has asked a question about the Lukanga Road, therefore I must start running. They must make the work plan themselves in the local authority where he comes from.
Next question. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The people of Solwezi East, Mushindamo District, ask question 118.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the Honorable Member, Mr. Katakwe, Dr. Katakwe, sorry, asked the Minister of Agriculture what the total number of farmers in Mikilingi farming block in Solwezi East Parliamentary Constituency was as of March 2023, and B, of the number above, how many farms were occupied and being developed as of the same date? C, what the procedure for acquiring a farm in the farming block is? D, whether the government has any plans to construct access roads in the farming block, and E, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, our responses are as follows. A, Solwezi Farm Block, Mikilingi, has an extent of 100,000 hectares. It has a total number of 67 farms whose total extent is 52,638 hectares, which were planned and offered by government through the Ministry of Agriculture as of March 2023. However, this number does not include those that were offered by the traditional authorities before the establishment of the farm block. In B, Mr. Speaker, the Solwezi farm block is located in both Chief Kalilele, 60,000 hectares, and Chief Mujimanzovu, 40,000 hectares of Mushindano district. Of the 67 farms, only 2 farms, both located in Chief Mujimanzovu's farm, part of the farm block, are occupied and being developed, while the rest are still idle. C, Zambians, non-Zambians, corporate bodies are all eligible to apply for land in these farm blocks. However, they must satisfy the eligibility conditions as set out in the revised Farm Block Guidelines of 2016, as well as the provisions of the 1995 Lands Act. The applications, Mr. Speaker, are made to the Office of the Permanent Secretary through the District Agriculture Coordinators. The applications are scrutinized in the Ministry of Agriculture, and 3 interministerial committees, namely Technical Committee, Steering Committee, Council of Ministers, scrutinize and undertakes due diligence on every application before a consideration is made. Applicants are required to pay all statutory fees related to land acquisition. Mr. Speaker, we do have a revised guidelines document which has been on media running, and with your permission, after the required number of days, I could lay this on the table so that members can have direct access to a document within their precinct here of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, finally, but not the least, Solwezi Farm Block is one of the 6 farm blocks that have been prioritized for funding in terms of infrastructure development. However, Mr. Speaker, funding has been withheld for Solwezi Farming Block pending resolution of land issues with the traditional leaders and investors. Apart from GRZ funding, Solwezi Farm Block is also eligible for funding under the Zambia Growth Opportunities Program, which is that $300 million program we talk about. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, the plans will be implemented as soon as outstanding issues are resolved. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the detailed response. Minister should be aware that from the time the farm block was marked in 2008, 13 years down the line, nothing has been really done, as you have stated, apart from the very, very few number of farms that you have talked about. There is no road there that is passable, no electricity, no nothing really to call it a farm block. And for these 13 years, because the locals thought nothing meaningful would come out of this farming block, so they ended up encroaching in the 60,000 hectares on Chief Karilele's area and also the 40,000 hectares on Chief Mujimanzovu's area. So a lot of people have settled there. What plans do you have for them? Because you have shown that indeed the foreigners, all stakeholders who would need to apply there, they can apply. But what plans do you have for these local people who have settled there for ages and they consider that as their inherited land? What plans do you have for them? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, our position is very clear. Any farm block where we go and we find problems, we leave. The situation in Solwezi is exactly the same as in Eastern Province. We are not ready to delve into problems. However, if the local leadership, like the Honorable Member and especially the Minister of Lands, if they can help us resolve these issues, we have the resource to go ahead. Those who have been to Shikaveta will agree with me that we are doing roads and we are taking power there. The same in Luena. So where there are no problems, we go. The same is soon going to happen in Kalumange, in very nearby here in Kaoma. We will also be going to Musokotwani in Southern Province. So we'll go where there are no problems. And it is incumbent upon us to resolve these problems. It is important that these issues are resolved. We will not go into troubled areas. I thank you.
Next question. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Question number 119.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kapyanga, the MP from Pika Central is asking the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development at A, whether government has any plans to upgrade the Pika Town Council to a municipality. At B, if so, he wishes to know when these plans will be implemented. At C, if there are no such plans, he also wishes to know what the reason is. In response, Mr. Speaker, to the question asked by Mr. Kapyanga, the Honorable MP for Pika, I wish to inform him and this August House that the government has no current plans to upgrade Pika Council into a municipality. At B, the time frame will only be determined when the local authority makes a formal application, which will be then considered based on the given guidelines. Mr. Speaker, at C, there are no current plans to upgrade Mpika Town to a municipality as the local authority, Mpika Town Council, has not yet made that formal application referred to at A and B above. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the response. Honorable Minister, a formal application was made in 2019, and the then local government minister, Honorable Vincent Mwale, even alluded to have received the application. Mpika meets most of the benchmarks and the requirements for a municipality. Honorable Minister, if a formal application is made, would government be in an immediate position to act on it and declare, and elevate Mpika to a municipality? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this minister here has not met the file that contains that application that one of my predecessors, Honorable Vincent Mwale, received in 2019 when the Honorable Member of Parliament who's asking party was the one running the affairs of this country. So my assumption would be that maybe Honorable Mwale may have gone with this application when they left office to his house. And now that my, my, my Honorable MP from Pika has information about this application, making an open invitation to him to bring that application to my office so that it's given the due consideration. Just to inform the Honorable Member of Parliament that in order to qualify to move status from town council to a municipality, certain conditionalities must be met and certain guidelines must be met. And these are the following guidelines that must be met when one is applying to move status from a town council to a municipality. That the application must be, as I said earlier on, made to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development in writing for the conferment of a higher status of a said jurisdiction. And the minister must appoint an assessment committee to go back to see the capacity of the said council. And then the minister will receive this assessment report of findings and recommendations. The minister then shall study the assessment report to determine whether or not a said jurisdiction qualifies to be conferred to a status that's higher than where it currently stands. Mr. Speaker, there are 11 other functional criteria that helps the council so that the member of parliament from Pika can go and check whether his council qualifies for an upgrade. And that includes, and not limited to, the following things, Mr. Speaker, that the urban, not just peri and rural, urban population is above 30,000 people, and this refers to the density of the population. The area of jurisdiction must have a demonstration of existence of security, rural health services, basic education, local government, community development and social services, agriculture, natural resources, legal services, office accommodation, residential accommodation, road network, information services, administration and finance, development, planning, police services, tarred roads, water and sewage treatment facilities, general hospitals, secondary schools, levels of financial services, communication network, parks and gardens, defined residential areas, hotels and lodges, public library, office accommodation, street names, traffic lights. And also it is determined by the number of rateable properties within that jurisdiction and the established functional government departments, as well as a cosmopolitan population, a diversified growing economic profile for that district, a growing percentage of locally generated revenues, efficient and sustainable solid waste management system, established fire emergency services, the presence of higher level of judicial services including courts, and availability of key social amenities such as markets, bus stations, public toilets, ablution facilities, availability of an integrated development plan, availability of council strategic plan, and also a service charter, just to mention a few. So, Honorable Member, probably that's why Honorable Mwale may have not responded, or maybe if he did respond, he just responded verbally, is because you must check now if Mpika qualifies and meets all these criterion that I've listed down in my response. and then you can come back to our office. And as our tradition, Honorable Member, look at me, please. Honorable Member of Mpika, you will then be welcome to come and sit with me, as I always receive you at my office, to see whether or not our people in Mpika qualify to move their status of that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Chembe to ask a question. Question number 120.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member for Chembe, Honorable Mpundu, is asking the Ministry, A, when the construction of the district administration offices in Chembe district will be completed, B, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is, C, at what level of completion in percentage terms the project was as of June 2023, and D, what the cost of the outstanding works on the project is. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is A, the construction of the district administration office block in Chembe will be completed by 30 December 2023, in line with the revised contract. B, the delay in completing the project was due to financial constraints. However, all the interim payment certificates, that's IPCs, have been paid, and the contractor is expected to expedite the works. C, as of June 2023, the level of completion in percentage terms was 91%. D, the cost of outstanding works is 807,000 kwacha, 807,942 kwacha, 95 ngwe. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister, the last time I visited the site, there is no contractor there on site, and at that time, it was at 85%. Now, due to vandalism that has occurred on that project, I don't think that 91%, that's where it is. But my question is, what assurance are you giving the people of Chembe and the civil servant at large that really this project will be finished in December, as you have put it, Honorable Minister? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development is a very serious ministry. And those that we work with in the ministry understand exactly what it is we want to do for the country. No civil servant in that ministry would give false information. So when we say 30th December 2023, everybody understands that it has to be a date that can be met. This particular contract for the district administration and associated external works was previously given to Bellevue Mining Equipment and Services in December 2014. And the contractor then moved on site in December 2014 with an initial completion period of 20 weeks. Since then, the completion period has, however, been extended several times, and the last extension is up to 30 December 2023. The price was revised to 5 million. Remember, the other one I said was 4 million. Since then, 4,234,515 kwacha has been certified and paid out. the guarantee we give is that unless there's a disaster that will happen, the date of 30th December will be met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, when is the contractor going to be on site?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Urban and of Housing and Urban Development.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago I was dealing with a question from Mukushi, where a date for completion was given, but then we shifted to when is the contractor on site or is it not on site. What we have when we answer questions like this, we look at what is necessary to reach the target completion date. If we go into a debate of is the contractor on site, is the contractor not on site, I don't know when the last time the honorable member was on site himself, because I know that Chembe is a big constituency. So we can have that debate, but I think it is not, it's not necessary. Let us concentrate on the completion for the project. And if he checks and he finds that that may not be reached, he should feel free to talk to me so that we can do what is necessary to accelerate the works in order to meet that completion date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 121.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Simuzingiri of Gwembe asked the Minister of Agriculture whether government has any plans to revive the Gwembe cotton ginnery in Gwembe district that is currently being used as a Mayor cotton storage facility, and B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, C, if there are no such plans, why? Mr. Speaker, our answer is as follows. Government has no plans to revive Gwembe cotton ginnery. The House may wish to note that the existing structures at the former ginnery are privately owned by a company called Louis Dreyfus Company. B, the ginnery cannot be revived because ownership of the structure was transferred into private hands. And C, Madam Speaker, based on the responses given, government can only engage Louis Dreyfus Company to explore ways of reviving the ginnery once it's proven to be a viable venture. Government understands the ginnery can be critical for cotton farmers in Gwembe district and surrounding areas as they need a ready market for their cotton. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, okay, I can use the microphone. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the answer. Honorable Minister, that infrastructure was built at a very, very high cost. And for it to be dilapidated in the manner that it is, which has become a white elephant, and also Mulungush Textiles is coming up. Don't you think that that will be a very good infrastructure, and also that in Gwembe, the best cotton is produced in Gwembe? Honorable Minister, is it not possible that we can get an act partner so that jobs are not lost the way they've been lost to Gwembe to other areas? Because at the moment, it is just being used as a storage facility. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is a very important engagement. I would encourage the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, to write a letter to the ministry so that I can use that letter to engage with Louis Dreyfus and see if we can get into some form of arrangement with others on it. So we'll be very happy to do that, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
The honorable member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgive you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Chiluvia an opportunity to ask a question on this. The 8th National Development Plan, among other things, talks about crop diversification. And Gwembe is one of the areas that produce cotton. I think I'm talking about Gwembe because I know Gwembe very well, better than some of the people that are saying, when you look at the greenery, also the readiness of the farmer to produce cotton in that area, is it not doing the people of Gwembe a disservice to consider just allowing it in the private hands as opposed to government intervention in line with the 8th National Development Plan?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, the House might be very, very happy to note that the current government has taken the cotton production very, very seriously. All the international institutions where we had lost out with, we have resubscribed. And we have put a board that is very serious to look into the cotton issues. As for the particular building, it's in private hands. We can only try to attempt to stimulate. It was sold off to a private investor. There's very little we can do. But in terms of cotton production, we are going to stimulate cotton production in this country and take it where it was. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The clerk will now read the order of the day. Oh, sorry. Order. As the time is 12:55 hours, I interrupt proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Wednesday, Tuesday, sorry, Tuesday. Which is a better day? Wednesday? So Wednesday, Mr. Speaker.
Debates to resume next week, Wednesday. The House is now adjourned.
Been concluded today, Friday, the 20th of October 2023. Business started at 09 hours with some announcements by the First Deputy Speaker. She did inform the House that the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, will address the House on Wednesday, 25th October 2023. Her Honor, the Vice President, will on Thursday, 26th October 2023, move a motion to place on record the thanks of the House to Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan on the occasion of her special address to the assembly.
And in the second announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker did inform the House that the Forest Park Specialized Hospital has been granted permission to conduct a free cancer screening exercise during the commemoration of October Breast Cancer Awareness Month for members of Parliament and staff. The exercise aims at raising awareness and reducing stigma of cancer through education and raise survival rates through early detection and treatment of common cancers. The exercise will be conducted from Monday 30th October to Friday 31st November 2023 in the main reception area at Parliament main buildings as follows. 30th October to 2nd November 2023 from 09 hours to 16 hours each day, and Friday 3rd November 2023 from 09 hours to 13 hours. So Madam First Deputy Speaker did say that interested honorable members are therefore encouraged to find time to participate in this exercise.
Madam Speaker, did permit the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwani, to render a ministerial statement. He did make a ministerial statement on the memorandum of understanding agreed with Zambia's official creditor committee. The Minister of Finance did say that he was actually pleased to inform the House that the Republic of Zambia has successfully negotiated and agreed on a memorandum of understanding with its official creditor committee. The committee, co-chaired by China and France, with vice chairmanship by South Africa, has played a pivotal role in facilitating a comprehensive debt treatment as agreed upon in 2023 of June. And so the minister did say that the debt restructuring agreement covers about 6.3 United States billion dollars of the central government debt owed to external bilateral creditors and government guaranteed debt, which ZESCO Limited owes to the bilateral creditors. The debt treatment, I beg your pardon, the bilateral creditors and government guaranteed debt, which ZESCO Limited owes to the bilateral creditors.
And the minister did say that the debt treatment agreed with the official creditor committee is in form of the following: a significant maturity extension of existing debt by more than 12 years, with the final repayment here being 2043, significant reduction in interest rates from what they are currently at to very concessional rates during the next 14 years. Thereafter, the minister did say that the interest rates will not exceed 2.5% under the baseline scenario.
The memorandum of understanding agreed on with the official creditor committee formalizes and solidifies the June debt treatment agreement that paves way for execution of bilateral agreements with each member of the official creditor committee. And so the minister did say that government remains actively engaged in good faith discussions with all external private creditors, including Eurobond holders. And the goal is to secure debt treatment agreements with external private creditors on terms comparable to what has been agreed with the official creditor committee. And thereafter, we did have another ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
And the minister did say that on behalf of government, did sincere offer profound condolences to the families of the two men who died following the instant mob justice action over the members of the community in Shivuyunji district.
And so the ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Internal Security was on two persons that were burned to death in Mwembeshi constituency. And the minister did say that following the killing of the two men on 2nd October 2023 by an irate mob in Shivuyunji district, the two men were allegedly murdered on suspicion that they were involved in cattle rustling in the area. The minister did say that the Zambia police instituted investigations resulting in the arrest of 9 suspects, 4 of whom were charged for theft, 2 for housebreaking and theft, and the other 3 for breaking into a building and committing a felony therein. 7 of the 9 suspects pleaded guilty to the charges and were sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. And the minister did say that amongst the convicts are 2 females who have been sentenced to simple imprisonment, while all the men have been sentenced to imprisonment with hard labor. And in the other incident in the Shivuyunji district murder cases, on 2nd October 2023, Shivuyunji police station received a report of murder in which 2 men were burned to death by an irate mob in Mulimba village in Chief Shakumbila. The 2 men, both of whom were from Shivuyunji district, were burnt to death on suspicion of being involved in cattle wrestling in the area. And the minister did say that as a responsible government anchored on rule of law, the new Dawn administration will not tolerate lawlessness and violence as an act of intimidation, and implores communities to raise concerns responsibly. He did say that misinformation about the performance of the justice system is feeding instant mob justice actions. And in conclusion, he did say that to ensure that communities behave responsibly and are aware of the rule of law, the Zambia Police Service has enhanced community policing initiatives and continued to conduct community sensitizations on the dangers of people taking the law into their own hands, besides applying the law fairly and fairly wherever the scourge occurs. So that's just a brief of the ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
And thereafter, the Vice President did move a motion that Standing Orders 51 of the National Assembly of Zambia 2021 be suspended to enable the House to hear the address by Her Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, on Wednesday, 25th October 2023.
And we did have honor the Vice President's question time, 45 minutes. That's called members of Parliament an opportunity to ask honor the Vice President questions without notice. Thereafter, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74, and this one came from Mr. Kasandwe of Bango-Ulu. He did ask the Minister of Agriculture whether the government is aware that there is an outbreak of a strange cassava disease that is causing the tubers to rot in the following parliamentary constituencies, that's Bango-Ulu, Bahati, Milenge, and Chitambo. And the Minister of Agriculture actually did say that government is aware of this incident, and he did say that it is actually attributed to high infestation of termites. And in the other part of the question, the Bango-Ulu lawmaker wanted to find out what measures are being taken to contain the outbreak and ensure food security in the affected constituencies. A number of measures were outlined, among them that farmers have been advised to follow good agricultural practices and discouraging farmers from replacing recycling materials. That's one question for oral answer, understanding order number 76 that was considered on the floor of the House.
Thereafter, the House did consider questions for oral answer, understanding order 74. Remember, questions which fall under this category are those questions of ordinary nature. And question 117 come from Mr. Sidin Mushanga, who is a Wacha Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. He wanted to find out in 5 parts. A, when the government will rehabilitate the Makululu Lukanga Road in Wacha Parliamentary Constituency. And in responding, the Minister did say that this will only be done once funds are made available. In B, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out how many kilometers over the road will be covered in the exercise. So the Minister did respond that the road will cover a distance of 12 kilometers. In C, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out the cost of the project is, and D, what the time frame for the completion of the project is. So the Minister did say that this will be determined once technical details are concluded.
So those are just some of the questions for oral answer, understanding order number 74 that were considered on the floor of the House. Joe?
Thank you very much, Claudette, and it is always very nice to be with you on set. And we're looking forward for what the weekend has for us. But just want to remind our viewers that you can also follow the proceedings on our Facebook page, which is National Assembly of Zambia. So please do like the page on Facebook, National Assembly of Zambia, and you'll be able to follow all the proceedings on that page.
Until next time, it's bye-bye and pleasant viewing.
Thank you.
Hello, Lusaka Central. This Saturday, the 21st of October 2023, from 8:30 hours to 12:30 hours, we shall be holding our first ever open day. The idea behind this open day is for you and us, the Lusaka Central constituency team, to have an opportunity to interact and engage with one another so that you are able to ask all the questions, understand our operations, and just enjoy a day with us at your constituency office. Our constituency office is located off Buluwe Road in Woodlands. Opposite Woodlands B Primary School is where you'll find the signage which will show you the direction to where the open day will be held. We would invite you all to come and enjoy this day with us. There will be lots of activities. If you have nowhere to leave the children, Come with them. We'll have a jumping castle to keep them entertained. We'll have also various activities taking place. Some of you might be lucky and win a prize. It's going to be a wonderful day. We've got several partners that are coming to offer their services on the day. So come and see what is in store for you. And you'll certainly have the day of your life. Take this opportunity to come to the first ever Lusaka Central Constituency Open Day.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
You ready? Jamie Unakuno. It's the dopest, freshest name in the game, ladies and gentlemen. El Neil. Cinco.
Ningaone wakazi wa bushi and just look sideways.
Make magic.
Moyenda timagwira na manja, the vibe is timeless.
Northwestern, you ready?
Ababa panja, bamadaba, usheni matinesi. The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Chisola ngwa buzanga.
Chisola.
Shiwa na mazanga.
Oh chisola.
Yes, I.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Kawafutungu kapwanganga.
Chisola. Oh my chisola.
Yeah.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
You're right, daddy. I make sure I concentrate ngengwa kumono njabi kana kutulo labi accommodated kweka zenangu yahi I feel complete with you nabeka iyai such a model kuli hinji na njato kama wangulisa wangu chataji chato when you pull up kakumchima kwato ready to change your last name kufume mukwato my third part is it ubaluwa nganise talking of love base we here in this way I mean for real it's your part now to sway I love you my part is all I can say hey.
Oh, chisola,
yes I.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Kawafutungu kapwanganga.
Chisola, oh my chisola. The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Kwenda chaba kwenu chove kuchingenya numba unima naba na kukina shikinya uwo mwakamba ngwenyi mkafana shikinya ka abiza panikinyogo kuchikima chisola be no bigwangwa usolola be usengwa ngwangwa nangwija bakungusungila malangwa momo hali yobe akenkiu ungwangwa kukwendela yobe lokodo wangulisa hatu matototo nothing you ready to lick soto ready to marry you bakateke for them photo
Chisola,
yes I.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Kawafutungu kapwanganga.
Chisola, oh my chisola.
Kwena bali pa.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Bakupanga webole sadi kokwelepo na kumwene fena tipaka fenka kwelepo iyi attention na ex shamupelepo iyi beauty is a crime anipelepo I be looking for you kufuma vyakale ifyore umfwa vimaruma vyakale my baby my darling my chisola when the load shedders do it sola she got me saying put me down gana ikwela temper she cool it down to earth but ile boya pamwamba watu ba matamba emwana
Ningaone wakazi wa bushi and just look sideways.
ni malanga na chekwina
Moyenda timagwira na manja, the vibe is timeless. Ababa panja, bamadaba, usheni matinesi. The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Chisola ngwa buzanga.
Chisola,
shiwa na mazanga.
oh chisola.
Yes I.
The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
Kawafutungu kapwanganga.
Chisola, oh my chisola. The way you pull up, oh my chisola.
You're up, daddy. Big shout out to Kikosi. Sit pillars commandai. Bravo. Mama chica kumanyingai. Kwa kumono. Sweet melody. It's Jordan Herbs. Good morning,
Sugar sounds,
Smart
baby.
on the beat,
All smart on it.
Radical. Apana le mamanje. Mutima wale mamanje. I can't take it no more. Kushasha na shasha. Olo sini madanda ula. Kutonsa na tonsa. Inda mayezi ya pita. Apana le mamanje. I can't take it no more. Oh no. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera. Nisakuna me baby. Chilonda sichiza kapolapo. Foni nena namba zako. Muli serious mwapanga na kolabo. Muntu wene nezopenda. Nikisi neo sanipenda. See, I don't deserve this that way. I don't deserve this. Because it's a monkey cheese. Ende la pomosi. Ende la pomosi. Ende la pomosi. Pomoza unikunda kuma. Nikachilangana. Osani na mabosa. Kuyesa na yesa. Apana le mamanje. Mutima wale mamanje. I can't take it no more. Kushasha na shasha. Olo sini madanda ula. Kutonsa na tonsa. Inda mayezi ya pita. Apana le mamanje. I can't take it no more. Oh no. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera.
Apana ni mulasi, naziuza uiwele pesa ni lasti. Baba weneze naye banamuta tulaine kunipa mpula paka palasi. Baba tibizivanga titine olobene ni mapesa. Baba lafu ine vimanisho kwezi. So iwe naine bebibi kakanga tiki nizakala chepe one for beta. Ndaba mutima wanga walema kufwani. Kungani ni mapela tumakali. Kanga ti unafuna wina ni uze. Nalema kurungi saine sitile makali. Kaji jafera vemoni sungira. Iwe jiwe wanga paningo lwina. Tell me it's the end of the road. Never in there, I can't take this anymore.
Kuyesa na yesa. Apana le mamanje. Mutima wale mamanje. I can't take it no more. Kushasha na shasha. Olo sini madanda ula. Kutonsa na tonsa. Inda mayezi ya pita. Apana le mamanje. I can't take it no more. Oh no. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera. Because it's a kumutima. Titima yuma. I know me wikera. Iwe I know me wikera. Sweet melody. It's Jordan Herbs, yeah. Manager the Richie. Biggie man the trouble. Auto fit and forget. Radical. Wait, let's go.
Sugar sounds, baby. All smart on it.
Sometimes when I need my phone, kunkala ko chapela we, kicheza tishimikako. Wanifunza mwedili, waniuza mwene ulili, dauza nako, veneti bitambo, sirionze kumavina, sirionze kukorewa, sirionze kuchiriza, olokukumana voipa vikachitika, awe inemo zako, kayalelo wa ukabwanji, kamwana kako beskana kula, hope family ni chemushe, umuuze madamu uposha, munga boza naine nifuna fatila, nacha I propose, kelo wanavomela, majingo na manyimbo yeni maimba, yamene hayawoye yanipitisa, kaya ngatumai konkapa, kemu wapa majeni yoka, ulive wafana banyo, but still more boy nipika afya, king, you know me, I still keep the flavor OG, jifunika chabeti kumane, uvire yonse story, bene nifuna, kunkala kocha bena we, tikacheze tikashimikeko, ukanifunze mwenili, ukaniuze mwene ulili, dauza nako, veneti bitambo, sirionze kumavina, sirionze kukorewa, sirionze kuchiriza, olokukumana voipa vikachitika, awe dinemo zako.
When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. It's got to be funny.
There's all I love in there, 'cause I stay on solo. There's all I like in material, 'cause I stay on solo. Malani uza manga mabreki, oh skide. Malani uza manga mabreki, nikarumenya skide. Naguela mofa, skide, 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 skide. Naguela mofa, skide, 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 skide. Naguela mofa.